What an absolute mess. Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and look at my closets. Unorganized to say the least. Even my window dormer is a train wreck. Stuff is everywhere. Now, luckily, California Closets is coming to my rescue. My personal design consultant, Vince, stopped by, measured, and is now showing me how to become more space efficient and organized on his 3D CAD system. It is amazing. And soon, my space is going to be organized, and yes, even Bandit approves. California Closets, a local company that can customize the storage in any room of your house. California Closets, what can they do for you? Find them online at californiaclosets.com and reach out for your free in-home consultation.
Five o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. It's like we fell asleep, woke up from a dream, and it's still January. Full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes. Kids in Tennessee may no longer be able to create their own social media accounts legally in the volunteer state. The social media companies will be in violation of state law if it happens. Channel 4 says a bill has passed the full House with bipartisan support and is now being debated in the Senate. But what if an older sibling poses as a parent to make an account for a younger sibling? Governor Lee's team told lawmakers still falls on the social media company.
They would still be in violation of the law, even if they thought that they had verified and gotten consent, because at the end of the day, she's still a minor, and that was not her parent that gave the consent.
Other states have similar laws and have been sued by the social media companies. Well, Texas Governor Greg Abbott calling out New York City Mayor Eric Adams in Adams' own state, telling a gathering of Republicans he has no plans of ending busing illegal immigrants from the southern border to New York City, which calls itself a sanctuary city.
The complaining by Mayor Adams is nothing short than stunning. What he has is a tiny fraction of what Texas gets every single day.
Governor Abbott addressing the New York Republican State Committee annual gala. Meanwhile, that storm system that pummeled us and Kentucky is wreaking havoc in the Northeast and may be to blame for the death of an elderly woman in Derry, New Hampshire, where a propane tank exploded, where a tree fell. Here's State Fire Marshal Sean Toomey.
There was a tree down near the house, yes.
Did the tree fall on the propane tank?
The tree is on the propane tanks, yes.
Do you think that was the cause?
It may be the cause. It's one of the things we're looking at.
There was a boy in the home who had to go to the hospital. Market Numbers report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Here's Daria Albinger.
Stocks fell steadily toward the close. The Dow plunged 530 points, heading for its worst week since last fall. The Nasdaq gave up 228, and the S&P closed down 64. All of the major indices were down more than 1%. Stocks had been gaining for most of the session in anticipation of the March jobs report. Fed Chair Jerome Powell says the central bank is still on track to reduce its benchmark interest rate later this year. He told an audience at Stanford University that there are still signs that inflation is heading toward its 2% target, but that the ride there has been a little bumpier than expected. Ford says it will delay rolling out new electric pickup trucks until at least 2026 and a new large electric SUV until 2027, and will add gas-electric hybrids to its lineup starting with the next model year. EV sales are down, but sales of hybrids continue to rise.
All right, let's check futures ahead of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street, shall we? Looks like the markets are poised for a slightly higher open. Dow futures are up 65, S&P up 14, NASDAQ up 60. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And go, my fellow Americans.
We talk news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
507 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends, along with Johnny B, Ken Weaver, Dan Mandis here indeed. Indeed, it is Friday, and there is a lot of news going on. Headline, the Israelis are about to release their report on the death of the aid workers, the 7 aid workers. And listen, can I just say, I have been triggered this morning by a headline that I saw. Secretary of State Antony Blinken apparently said the following, suggesting on Thursday that Israel could become indistinguishable from Hamas if it does not adequately protect Gazan civilians from harm. Are you flippin' kidding me? You know, it's almost like every single day, and I don't want to do this, and I know that you don't want to hear it, but it's like, do we have to remind Antony Blinken and Joe Biden and the rest of these Hamas sympathizers what Hamas did to Israel? I mean, clearly, the death of those 7 aid workers, it was an accident. Israel has even acknowledged it was an accident. They're, again, getting ready here to release this report on the strike that killed the 7 aid workers. But, you know, you've got Biden and you've got Blinken and you've got a lot of other folks out there that are really condemning Israel for this mistake that Israel admits was a mistake. But for Blinken to suggest that Israel could become indistinguishable from Hamas if it does not adequately protect Gazan civilians from harm, I read that this morning. I'm desperately looking for the audio. I can't find the audio. So I'm hoping that the outlets are taking this statement out of context. Because, again, I don't want to have to sit here and remind you what Hamas did to Israel on that horrific day. The rapes, the killings, the beheadings, mutilating of children, the taking of hostages. And for Blinken to, in any way, shape, or form, even remotely hint that Israel could become the same as Hamas is abhorrent, to say the least. And when you talk about the death of those aid workers, nobody is saying that that was a good thing. Nobody is saying that is a good thing. Again, Israel themselves have said this was a horrible mistake. Benjamin Netanyahu has said that that was a mistake. So Blinken is now, again, making headlines this morning. It is all over the place as Israel is getting ready to release their report on the deaths of these folks. This is part of what Blinken had to say.
He made clear the need for Israel to announce a series of specific, concrete, and measurable steps to address civilian harm, humanitarian suffering, and the safety of aid workers.
Yeah, this is Joe Biden and the discussion that he had, the phone call that he had with Benjamin Netanyahu, and what Biden has now said to Benjamin Netanyahu.
He made clear that U.S. policy with respect to Gaza will be determined by our assessment of Israel's immediate action on these steps. He underscored as well that an immediate ceasefire is essential to stabilize and improve the humanitarian situation and protect innocent civilians, and he urged Prime Minister Netanyahu to empower his negotiators to conclude a deal without delay to bring the hostages home. If we don't see the changes that we need to see, there'll be changes in our own policy.
So it sounds like the Biden administration is now threatening Benjamin Netanyahu. The Biden administration is threatening Israel, threatening to pull the support of the United States, even though everyone knows what happened. And you know what it feels like? It feels like the Biden administration has been looking for an off-ramp for a long time. And now it feels like this is that off-ramp. And I hate to say it, but I got 3 words for you, friends. War is hell. And sometimes accidents do happen. Nobody is saying that it was a good thing that these 7 aid workers were killed. Nobody is saying that. Nobody is saying that these folks were not heroes. But I would remind Antony Blinken and I would remind Joe Biden that we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Hamas attacking Israel. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Hamas being embedded in neighborhoods. We wouldn't be here if Hamas would engage in good faith negotiations for these hostages. And we wouldn't be here if Biden wasn't funding Hamas through Iran and the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, an organization that is full of Hamas supporters and sympathizers, and Biden, as you know, gave them millions. So the hand-wringing over these 7, and again, I know that I run the risk of sounding heartless when I say that war is hell, but war is hell. And again, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of the things that I just mentioned. So do you hold Israel accountable for what happened? Well, of course you do. And now Israel has announced that they're going to open up some supply routes so that, aid can get in. That's good. They're releasing their own report on the deaths of these 7 folks. That is also good. And Netanyahu has come out and admitted that this was a mistake. So they are taking responsibility. Can I ask you folks a question? You know how many innocent civilians Barack Obama killed with his drone strikes? Some estimates put it at 324. Other estimates put it at the thousands. And again, 3 words, war is hell. But yeah, Barack Obama, with his drone strikes, killed hundreds or thousands. Now, again, there is a difference between civilians and aid workers, and I do understand that, but the premise remains the same. Remember when Joe Biden, with his drone strike, killed a family of like 10 or so in Afghanistan? Remember that whole thing? You didn't see this kind of a reaction when Biden did that. And so for Antony Blinken suggesting just hours ago, apparently, that Israel runs the risk of becoming indistinguishable from Hamas if they do not adequately protect Gazan civilians from harm. Let's also not forget that a lot of those Gazans know exactly where Hamas is underneath Gaza, and that they wholeheartedly, by and large, support what is going on as Hamas is striking Israel and as Hamas struck Israel on that horrific day. And they support Hamas. Not all of them, but polling inside Gaza has shown that, yes, there is an abundance of support. Here's another audio bite from Antony Blinken, and he is talking about those aid workers. And again, nobody is disputing this.
These people are heroes. They run into the fire, not away from it. They show the best of what humanity has to offer.
That's true.
When the going really gets tough.
That is absolutely true.
They have to be protected.
They do have to be protected. And again, war is hell. Sadly, accidents happen. And now Israel is going to come out with, their steps, because that's what Biden is demanding. Israel has to come out with their steps to ensure, number one, that this won't happen again. Here's the deal. You can't ensure, if you're Israel, you can't ensure that this is not going to happen again. Because stuff happens when terrorist organizations funded by the Biden administration attack Israel, and then Israel has to respond. And by the way, I love how Antony Blinken is talking about the aid workers, and all of that is true, by the way. I wish, by and large, the Democrats had the same thoughts about law enforcement here at home. It is 5:16 on Nashville's Morning News. Time to check the roads from the WTN Traffic Center. All right, thank you very much. Today, partly cloudy, slight chance of rain, a high of 58. Mostly sunny on Saturday, a high of 64. Partly cloudy on Sunday, and a high of 77. Johnny tells me it is 37 degrees outside. So if you need to, stay in a little bit longer, stay in bed a little bit longer, you have my permission. I can't give you permission that you're going to be late for work. I can't give you that permission, but I can give you permission to stay under the covers for a little bit longer. Right now, 5:17 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So sitting here talking about Biden and looking for an off-ramp. The reason why Biden is looking for an off-ramp in his support of Israel and the killing of the sad, unfortunate killing of these aid workers does give him that opportunity, is because he knows that it is impacting his run for re-election. Because we have all of these different thousands of people in various states across the country who have basically given Joe Biden the message that we will not support you as long as you are supporting Israel. That certainly happened in Michigan. And we talked about that quite a bit when it happened, where they just decided, you had all these people, a lot of them are Muslims, others as well, that said that we will not support you. We will not vote for you or commit to vote for you because of that support for Israel. So this comes at an incredibly opportunistic time for the president. By the way, incredible scene. I posted this to the Dan Mandis Show Facebook page. We've been talking about what's going on with Israel now since it started back in October. But here at home, we still have these stories of these Hamas sympathizers who are blocking roads. If you go to the Dan Mandis Show Twitter feed, And again, you can follow me on X or Twitter at Dan Mandis Show. I posted this, an incredible scene outside of Lockheed Martin in Northern California. Some dude, and stop me when you've heard this before, he's simply trying to get to work. And as he's trying to get to work, you have a whole bunch of these folks that are, wait for it, blocking the roadway.
You want to go to prison. Hey, get out of the way. You want to go to prison. Somebody's going to die. You want to go telling you right now, somebody's going to die. Get out of my way. Get out of the way. I got to get to my job.
Guy saying, I've got to get to my job. Get out of the way. And so if you look at the video, he's got this white car, and he just goes careening into this, big group of people who are blocking the road. No, I don't think that he hit anybody, but then he gets out of the car. That's the chaos. And he's holding a knife. Yeah, he's holding a knife. Now, clearly, these jackholes don't care about him being able to get to his job. And he's probably been dealing with this for months. This is up in the Bay Area. And this insanity of blocking roadways, obviously, it's angerifying to a lot of people. It really is. Because this poor dude, just trying to get to his job, has nothing to do with what is going on between Hamas and Israel. He's just trying to get to his job. Now, I don't know if he actually works, and nobody knows if this guy actually works for Lockheed Martin or not. But if you look at the video, they are literally in front of his car, hands on the hood, and they're just trying to hold it back so that he cannot move forward. And clearly, he's angry. They're even trying to get into his car.
I gotta get to my job. You get out of the fight. Think about your future, bro. Hey, careful.
Today? Are you gonna hurt people?
Don't you dare.
Are you gonna hurt people? Be ready. Be ready. Are you gonna hurt people? We have eyes on you, sir. We have eyes on you, sir.
Yep.
Don't do this. We have eyes on you. Stop. We have eyes on you.
I mean, it was absolute insanity. Now, I don't even know, because they don't say in the stories. I've read a couple of different stories on this. I can't tell if the poor dude was actually able to get to work. I think that he was able to sort of drive his way through. But I love how the do-gooders there are saying, do you want to hurt people today?
Do you want to hurt people, sir?
Do you want to hurt people, sir?
We have eyes on you, sir.
We have eyes on you.
You know, I would ask the same thing of them. Do you ask the same thing of Hamas? No. When Hamas was rampaging across Israel and raping and killing women and children and beheading folks and all the other stuff that we know happened on that horrific day, I would ask these pro-Hamas, pro-Palestine supporters the same thing back at them. All right, so what about your support of Hamas? Do you ask them if they want to hurt or kill people today? Do you tell them to stop? So I understand why this guy was so incredibly angry. By the way, and so you can see that at Dan Mandis Show at X or Twitter, Super Talk 99.7. By the way, the Members Nutrition Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. I think people can only deal with so much. You know, I remember when I lived in New York, there was always parades going on in New York. It used to drive me nuts because the streets were like always closed and you had to, walk around, drive around, whatever it was. I can only imagine what it's like in New York today with all that's going on, or in San Francisco, or in Los Angeles. Because if you think about it, you've got all of the homeless people, you've got all of the gangs, you've got all of the illegal aliens, and you've got all of these protesters. And it's just like it never ends. 522, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Happy Friday. Paul Winkler. So, friends, who do you trust when it comes to your money? Now, me, years ago, I did turn to Paul Winkler. Dan Mandis here. And a lot of these financial folks out there, they're going to say different things, right? These are the people, though, that are pitching. They've got something to sell. So, of course, they're trying to sell you their own products. Now, if you worked for a car company, wouldn't you say that your car is the best? Well, it's the same thing with banks and insurance agents who sell investment products. Paul Winkler is looking out for your best interests, and he's not going to try and sell you something. He's actually going to try and teach you how to relax about money. Now, you need to know that I do get paid every time I do these commercials, but I wouldn't be doing them if I did not believe in Paul Winkler and his guidance. And you will too when you call Paul for a free consultation at 615-851-1950. 615-851-1950 for Paul Winkler. He's got 10 offices across Middle Tennessee, no doubt one near you. One great website full of videos and articles about how you can relax about money. Find him online. It's paulwinkler.com. That's paulwinkler.com. And that phone number one more time, 615-851-1950. It is 524. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news at 5:30?
Tennessee lawmakers advancing a parental consent social media bill critics say is government overreach. An all-female 3-judge panel questions when exactly Tennessee's abortion ban allows a doctor to intervene to save a mother's life. And we know humans are going to ooh and awe during Monday's eclipse, but what about animals? These stories and more at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis. I love My Patriot Supply. It's emergency food so you can care for your family no matter what. And today, we're fixing creamy chicken-flavored rice. And the thing I love about My Patriot Supply, it's easy. You just get the water, turn on the heat, and in minutes, we are ready to go. Now, this food lasts for 25 years in special packaging, and yes, it does taste great. And in just minutes, it's ready to eat. Patriots don't rely on the government to take care of their family in emergencies. It's up to you. Order right now and get $200 off a 3-month food kit. It's important to go to preparewithmandis.com to get that great discount. That's preparewithmandis.com to get that great discount. Preparewithmandis.com. $200 off a 3-month food kit.
5:30 on the dot this Friday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. It's like we're in some sort of nightmare. It's like winter is still upon us. It just won't relent. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Kids will have to get their parents' permission to create social media accounts under a bill advanced in the General Assembly. It has bipartisan support, has passed the full House, and will be taken up next in the state Senate on Monday. But without specifications as how to age verify, it worries some lawmakers who have children.
My 15-year-old, who I do not want to have a TikTok account, has a TikTok account because my 16-year-old verified that she was her parent.
Well, Governor Lee's team told lawmakers that falls on the social media company who will still be in violation of the law. The lawsuit to toss out Tennessee's abortion ban, or at least block it, is front and center again. News 2 was in the courtroom yesterday when an all-female 3-judge panel questioned the state's attorney's office when exactly Tennessee's abortion ban allows a doctor to intervene to save a mother's life.
How does the physician who's actually practicing know where that line is?
Serious risk is not a foreign concept to doctors.
Well, the judges said they will issue a written ruling on the lawsuit, but gave no timeline. Monday's solar eclipse will have many humans oohing and awing, but how will animals react to it? Danny New tells us about a biologist who's determined to find out.
During the 2017 eclipse, biologist Adam Hartstone Rose was teaching at the University of South Carolina and decided to head to the zoo and run a little experiment.
I hypothesized that this was going to be a nothing burger.
But as Adam observed, when the moon covered the sun in totality, the giraffes started running around their enclosures, the flamingos made a protective circle around their young, and the Galapagos tortoises
started mating behavior.
This time, Adam is flying to a zoo in the eclipse's path and bringing 40 scientists along with him and asking folks to send in their observations and make a bigger study together.
That's pretty funny about those turtles. Anyone who does record their observations can share their findings to solareclipsesafari.org. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. You think about all the things that can go wrong with your home. There's one company in Middle Tennessee and southern and western Kentucky that tens of thousands of people have trusted to repair those issues. My friends at USS, United Structural Systems. Now, we've had a lot of rain, and so you might need some waterproofing. What you need to do is go down into your basement or crawl space and check it out. If you've got moisture down there, then that does mean that you have some waterproofing issues, and USS can fix that and so much more. Now, with USS, I've had them out to my house several times now, and they do outstanding work. And they truly are a one-of-a-kind company. One of the things that they offer, lifetime guarantees on their work, and they've got hundreds of 5-star reviews. Now, they've been serving our community for 25 years. They do have my highest recommendation based on my personal experience with USS. United Structural Systems, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, USSTN.com. Homeowners trust USS, and so do I. 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855, USSTN.com. 537, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Time for the Gang of Three Amigos. It's a big day in America. Going to tell you why coming up. Right. Johnny B's here. Good morning, Johnny.
Hey, good morning, Dan. Looking forward to this big day in America.
It's really not that big.
Oh, okay. God, you got me all excited.
Ken's here. Hello. I'm trying so hard not to do it. That's what she said joke. Ken's here. Hello, Ken.
Hello.
What? I didn't say anything.
Hello, boy.
Yeah. I want to, after Ken's newscast, I want it to be known I want to come back as a tortoise. Play, baby.
An eclipse comes and
they do everything slow. That's what I like about tortoises.
Oh.
How slow is it, I wonder? Have you ever thought about... No, I don't know.
Oh.
Moving right along.
Okay.
So what were you saying? So, Ken, you were saying that tortoises get frisky during the eclipse?
Yeah. That South Carolina professor there went to the zoo during the last eclipse to observe the animals.
Hey, baby, it's dark outside.
And he said the Galapagos tortoises started mating.
Yeah.
Well, how does he know that that's not just their typical,
well,
thing?
He's a professor. Maybe he knows stuff like that.
Listen, I'm just going to let you folks know it's on the weekend. I might try to start mating during the eclipse, too. Doesn't mean I only do it during the eclipse.
Apparently, you turn those lights down, boy, and those turtles get frisky.
Okay.
Hey, the lights have gone down, baby.
Of course, I know a turtle is not a tortoise. I know the difference. I just like calling them turtles.
I do
you
too.
know what? So I don't even know the difference. Like turtle, tortoise.
Yeah,
Galapagos tortoise.
There's
turtle?
some sort of difference.
Oh,
a turtle is not a tortoise, and vice versa.
But when the eclipse happens, they turn on the Barry White music, and next thing you know,
there you go.
Yeah,
baby.
It's funny when I played this audio in the last segment.
Are you gonna hurt people?
The more you listen to this,
Are you gonna hurt people?
I'm thinking, yeah, I might hurt somebody today.
Yeah.
If I keep having to hear,
Are you gonna hurt people?
yeah, you get in front of my truck while I'm trying to get to work. There is a very strong possibility that
Are you gonna hurt people?
I may actually hurt someone.
Especially with that annoying voice.
I gotta hurt people. I gotta hurt people.
Yeah. Are you gonna hurt people?
Wow, Johnny.
Are we gonna hurt people?
Are you gonna hurt people?
You're hitting that tone.
I sure am.
Are you gonna hurt people?
Are you gonna hurt people?
Are you gonna hurt people?
We're recording you.
Hey, you guys want to do something really dumb?
Well, what's different?
Yeah, what changed
I know
today?
We're pretty much.
What changed today,
That's
Dan?
par for the course.
Yeah.
All right. Can you name this? Now, hold on.
My piano lessons.
I want to know. There you go.
Turn around, bright eyes.
Yep.
Is that it? Wow.
But did you guys get it before I played it?
No.
I don't think you did.
No, we didn't. I'm sorry.
I wonder if people on the super text line got it.
Somebody probably did. Remember that promotion that WKRP held that time?
Oh, yes.
But anyway, go ahead.
Where Travis comes in and they do Johnny Fever misreads the copy and he gives away the entire promotional budget for one contest.
Yeah, they play like little snippets of about 8 songs and the guy nails every one of them.
First caller, man. They try to make that contest so incredibly hard.
That was great.
By the way, you know what we're going to have?
An eclipse?
A contest?
Yes and yes.
All right.
Oh, an eclipse contest.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, this is very fun. Oh, my goodness.
Let's hear it.
This is funny.
All right.
So,
Are you gonna hurt people?
guy says on the super text line, that sounds like a turkey gobbler.
Are you gonna hurt people?
It does.
Holy mackerel.
That is like a turkey.
This is Mark Thomas who says,
Are you gonna hurt people?
Way to go, Mark.
Who can do, Johnny, can you do a turkey gobbler?
I really can't. My wife can do a great turkey gobble.
Okay.
Mark must be a hunter.
He must be.
Because, yeah, that does sound like a turkey.
Sounds exactly
You know
like
what?
him.
If you go hunting and
Are you gonna hurt people?
you just play that on a loop.
And the funny thing is, when you see turkeys run, they look like little old women with purses. They really do. Watch them next time when they run.
Turkeys running?
Yeah, they
little
run.
Old lady with purses?
Yeah, they look like little old ladies, like running to a sale or something.
I think I want to see little old ladies running.
Yeah, I do too. That'd be.
I've never actually seen an old lady running with a purse.
There's a sale. Let's go.
I've seen them drunk dancing on social media. I like that.
You guys want to hear what 3149 says?
Yep.
My husband says if you can't get Nookie to Al Green or Barry White, you got no game.
Ooh,
hey, boy.
yeah.
Throwing down the gauntlet now.
Yeah, boy, Barry White, man.
Al Green, too.
Yeah, Al Green, man. I don't know, but something about those two, boy, it did something to women.
Yeah, it did. I remember when Obama broke into the Al Green song, and women just, even women that didn't care for him.
Yeah.
They all of a sudden, well,
yeah,
he may stink as president, but boy, the boy's got some pipes.
They were like turtles during an eclipse.
They sure were.
Yes, they were like turtles during an eclipse.
Yeah.
I never had luck with Barry White.
Did you try?
Mine was Rod Stewart's acoustic album. When I was single. Why is this funny?
This is random.
I just never.
She's saying Al Green or Barry White. I'm saying that the music to set the mood was Rod Stewart's acoustic album. Have I told you lately that I love you?
Oh,
man,
his Unplugged album. Yeah.
Yes, worked like a charm, baby.
All right.
Rod Stewart, man. Those ladies dig Rod Stewart, too.
Yeah, Hot Legs, Tonight's the Night.
Tonight's the Night on that album.
Oh, yeah.
That's exactly right.
Boy, had some pipes.
Do you guys have... JT, come on, man.
Uh-oh.
What JT say?
I love the Three Amigos, but I am changing the channel. I can't stand the turkey lady sound.
Well, I don't blame him for that.
Yeah, I can't.
I ain't gonna hurt people. We're boycotting you. We're watching you. We got eyes on you.
Are you gonna hurt people?
She does sound. We've got to find a sound bite of a turkey gobble.
I say save that and when November rolls around, we'll use it.
Yeah,
that's exactly right.
Yeah, Thanksgiving.
Do you guys have a piece of music that set the mood? Because she says it's Al Green or Barry White.
Cashmere by Led Zeppelin always.
Yeah, Led Zeppelin.
Yeah.
That's like the movie Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Yeah.
Remember that whole thing?
Yeah.
But see, I don't particularly see Led Zeppelin as a romantic band.
Well, it wasn't really romance.
I was getting ready to say it doesn't necessarily have to be romantic.
3183 says some George Michael.
George Michael. Yeah.
Okay, I guess that's East Nashville.
91.4.
He's got some loving songs.
Moving right along. 9147 says Enigma.
Okay.
All right.
You guys say Led Zeppelin. I don't know, man.
Well, it was just one song, Cashmere. That was.
I'm not. Do you know? Oh, Kenny Rogers says 2266 Cashmere.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go, man.
All right.
Yeah. Something about most of the girls that I dated, they all really dug Led Zeppelin.
Oh yeah.
Do you know what's so funny? I don't know if I've.
My wife.
I'm going to be honest with
Led
you.
Zeppelin.
I don't know if I've ever heard Cashmere.
Oh, you got
Led
to listen to that.
Well, I'm going to be honest. Led Zeppelin is a little, I know some of the classics, Stairway to Heaven and Whole Lot of Love and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever actually heard Cashmere.
Oh, well, you got to listen to it.
Cashmere just had a beat to it that.
Yeah.
Turn up the theme of Barbara Bonnie.
It's on. Yeah.
Had a groove to it.
It did.
It had a groove.
A rhythmic groove.
Yes.
Okay. Well, you know what? Maybe maybe we ought to try a little Led Zeppelin in the Mandis house. Oh, that? Really?
Yeah.
Not that.
That is that.
Well, that's a live version.
Oh, that's live.
Okay.
Oh, well, yeah, live.
Okay. You know what? I'll go find the studio version and see if it works for me this weekend.
Okay.
Yeah, do it, Brother Dan.
Report back to us.
Oh, I'm sure you'll be enthralled.
We will.
Actually, we will.
Yeah, trust me, Dan, we will.
I'll come in and I'll be like, the turtle lasted longer.
There was no eclipse this weekend. Didn't work out.
Man, this is terrible. You know what today is? National Deep Dish Pizza Day.
All right.
Okay.
Now,
Let's celebrate.
I know. Ken was to go home right at 9, and we're all going to go have deep dish pizza.
Yes.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan.
I'm not a big fan of the deep dish.
Okay.
It makes me feel like I've got a bowling ball in my stomach.
That goes away.
It does.
Yeah, after several hours.
Yeah.
You know what? You go to Chicago, and because I've been to Chicago, I actually survived, and you try to find some thin crust pizza, they look at you like you're a migrant from like out of town.
Yeah. Well, apparently Chicago is the pizza town, isn't it?
Yeah, they claim to be the pizza town. I just don't believe that they are.
Yeah.
And New York does the same thing, do they not?
Yeah, New York's got deep dish.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, and it's terrible too, actually. I'm a big thin crust guy. I like my family hates to go to pizza with me because I do the same thing every time. Thin crust, well done. So I want it crunchy, and I want it thin. So there you go.
I wonder if you'd like Sorelli's. It's a little on the thin side, but man, it is. Ever since I've had theirs, I'm spoiled. I just want theirs.
Yeah. I like all the cheese and meat I can get.
There you go.
Now, so yeah, deep dish, I mean, I guess it depends, Brother Dan, on your crust. I mean, if you can get a thinner crust in deep dish, what about that?
No.
Because I will say some of the deep dish, there's too much crust. Not because it makes me feel better or anything, but I like more cheese and meat.
Yeah, no, I just the too much bread, I don't like it.
Yeah, too much bread, I don't dig that.
Well, it fills you up too much.
And plus, you know what the other thing is?
Yeah, you don't have enough room for beer.
Priorities, man, priorities.
That's right.
I also have an issue because I think that pizza is probably not the greatest for you, and especially I think that is magnified when you have the deep dish. So I go to my favorite pizza place is Pantero's in Mount Juliet. And I call it magic pizza because I can eat like an entire small sausage and pepperoni and not gain weight. It is the weirdest thing.
Wow.
It is bizarre. It is just crazy strange.
How big is the small pizza there? About the size of a small plate?
Yeah.
Like a saucer plate?
Yep.
Well, that's a little pizza. So it's a piece of pizza.
Yeah, it's a pizza with a bunch of pieces, but but it's a small pizza. Yeah. And it's really good. And that's all I need.
Yeah.
So
you dip it in blue cheese or anything like that?
No, man, you and Amy would get along really well.
Ooh, boy, I dip everything in blue cheese.
I can't, you know what? When Amy orders pizza, she orders like with the 50,000 things on it.
Yes.
You know what I mean? I hate that.
Really?
I'm a very simple man. In case you couldn't tell.
I like that. I like those pizzas with everything on it and dip it right in that blue cheese.
TB says, what is the name of that place in Mount Juliet? It is Pantero's. It is on 70, like Lebanon Road.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be west of Mount Juliet Road.
Okay.
It's also that's right next to the liquor store that I also go to on Friday nights.
How about that?
That's why Dan eats those little pizzas so he can get more liquor in him.
That's right. One-stop shopping for the Mandis.
People are like, no, cashmere and deep dish pizza. That's how you can guarantee,
Not gonna make me fat. Hey.
So if you're looking for a tortoise style weekend,
yeah,
cashmere and deep dish pizza, according to some.
There you go. Now, they're doing something in Boston that I pray they don't do here, and I'm afraid they will.
What's that, brother?
Especially with the nanny state that seems to be happening, not only here, but in every state there is, but in Boston, in the wake of 2 pedestrian fatalities they've had there. They're now lowering their speed limit for vehicles down to, they're voting on it, from 25 to 20. But the mayor wants to take it further and make it 15 miles an hour through the entire city.
15 miles an hour driving through Boston?
Miles an hour through the city of Boston.
Well, she's a progressive.
Well, exactly.
That idiot mayor in Boston I actually spoke about her earlier this week, where she refuses to even comment on the sanctuary city status of Boston after all of the crimes that have been caused by the illegal aliens. They're still proudly sanctuary city, and people are getting pissed. But 15 miles an hour.
That's forcing people into public transportation.
Thank you, Ken. That's exactly where I was going to go. They're trying to force people into public transportation where it's really dangerous in Boston and New York and other places.
Well, see, Mayor Briley was trying to do that here when he came out and he said, Nashville's closed for any more automobiles. Remember when he came out saying that? We're going to have to get to mass transit or you have to bike to work.
Yeah.
Bull. See, and this is overreaction, too, on the left. You had 2 fatalities. One involved a child.
Yep.
And they're using the child as a poster for this new law.
Remember, if we can only save one life.
That's right.
I mean, that's what they always say.
Oh, yes. And it's for the children.
Yeah, it's
Never trust a politician that says it's for the children.
Yeah, bingo.
All right, 5:52, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here, joining the Members Nutrition bandwagon because there's so much this organization can do to make you healthier. Now, we're talking about vitamins and supplements that are both affordable and effective. Now, I've got issues relaxing and resting and sleeping. So I went to membersnutrition.com and I ordered Ultra Mood. Now, that's going to help me relax, and those melatonin sleep aids are also going to help me big time at membersnutrition.com. Now, I am a big believer in being healthy, staying healthy, and taking care of myself. Members Nutrition is the company that is going to help me do just that, and they can help you as well. Now, both Matt and Chris are doing this with membersnutrition.com. I am as well. They can help you. They've got supplements for energy, immune boosting, sports nutrition, and so much more for both men and women. So check them out today. Always tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Membersnutrition.com. That's membersnutrition.com. It is 5:53 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news?
Well, we've got some breaking news regarding the Israel-Hamas war. It looks like Benjamin Netanyahu has taken action after that talk with President Biden. I'll have all that for you coming up at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
5:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And there is some audio that I'm going to play for you. Donald Trump has leveled an accusation without evidence, I'm air quoting, without evidence against Joe Biden. Wait till you hear this. It's coming up next for Friday, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Six o'clock on the dot this Friday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Right now, some breaking news out of Israel, and it is regarding the Israel-Hamas war. Israel has reportedly fired 2 military officers over that aid convoy strike that killed 7 civilians, including a dual U.S. citizen. An Israeli military report blames mistaken identification and errors in decision-making for that deadly attack on that World Central Kitchen staff convoy. Also, Israel has reopened a northern Gaza crossing for the first time since Hamas started this war on October 7th. This will allow more aid in for Palestinians. Back here in Tennessee, kids may no longer be able to create their own social media accounts. And the social media companies will be in violation of state law if it happens anyway. Channel 4 says a bill has passed the full House with bipartisan support. It's now being debated in the Senate. But what if an older sibling poses as a parent to make an account for a younger sibling? Governor Lee's team told lawmakers in the state House still falls on the social media company.
They would still be in violation of the law, even if they thought that they had verified and gotten consent, because at the end of the day, she's still a minor. And that was not her parent that gave the consent.
Other states have similar laws, but have been sued by the social media companies. Texas Governor Greg Abbott is calling out New York City Mayor Eric Adams in his own city, telling a gathering of Republicans he has no plans of ending busing illegal immigrants from the southern border to New York City.
The complaining by Mayor Adams is nothing short than stunning. What he has is a tiny fraction of what Texas gets every single day.
That's Governor Abbott addressing the New York Republican State Committee's annual gala there in New York City. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
Stock futures were slightly higher overnight after a day that saw the Dow Jones suffer its worst loss in a year. The industrials fell 530 points yesterday to close at 38,596. The S&P gave up 1.25%. The Nasdaq 1.4%. Samsung Electronics expects to post a 931% increase in first quarter operating profit. The South Korean tech firm is the world's largest maker of memory chips found in smartphones and computers. Mortgage rates are holding steady. Freddie Mac's survey shows the 30-year fixed rate averaged 6.82% last week. Chief economist Sam Cater says home inventory is improving, which could mean breaks for house hunters. 99 Cents Only Stores has begun winding down its business and closing all 371 locations. The company blames the lingering effects of the pandemic, shifting consumer demand, and losses from theft in its stores for the decision to shut down.
All right, checking futures ahead of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures up 74, S&P up 16, Nasdaq up 65. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And go, my fellow Americans.
We talk news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
606 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends, for a Friday. Johnny B here as well. Got Ken Weaver in the WTN newsroom. And Donald Trump, you know, he's only saying what we were all thinking when he said that he thinks that Joe Biden was drugged up on the night that he was doing the State of the Union. This is what he told Hugh Hewitt. Listen to this.
Do you think he'll agree to any debate?
Anywhere, anytime. I don't think so, but I hope he does.
Do you think
what happened is, that white stuff that they happened to find, which happened to be cocaine in the White House? I don't know. I think something's going on there, because I watched his State of the Union, and he was all jacked up at the beginning. By the end, he was fading fast. There's something going on there. I want a debate, and I think debates with him, at least, should be drug tested. I want to
Mr. President, are you suggesting President Biden's using cocaine?
I don't know what he's using, but that was not, hey, he was higher than a kite, but he's obviously, he's being helped some way, because most of the time he looks like he's falling asleep, and all of a sudden he walked up there and did a poor job, but he was all jacked up.
There you go. Donald Trump accusing the president, without evidence, and I'm air quoting, of being all jacked up and higher than a kite at CNN.
He's on that booger sugar.
CNN is just hyperventilating over this story. And you know what? We spoke to Scott Desjardins, Congressman Scott Desjardins, and literally I said, when we interviewed him the day after the State of the Union, he was in the room. And he said, yeah, it was clear they had him on something.
Desjardins is a doctor.
He is a medical doctor. And if I remember right, I wish I had time to pull the audio, but basically he said that, Biden was showing signs, physical signs, of being on something. And here's the deal. When we spoke about this at the time, the day after the State of the Union, Biden came out really strong. And he's, mixing it up with the Republicans, and he's going back and forth, verbally sparring with the Republicans. And then as the night wore on, you guys remember this? We talked about this. As the night wore on, you could tell that whatever he was on was starting to lose its impact.
Which is how cocaine works.
Yes.
Is it?
Yes.
Wasn't that how any drug works?
Well, cocaine especially, because you get that first euphoric, I guess, high where you feel very energetic.
Right.
But then when you come down fast and hard.
It could be crack, because I think crack wears off faster than actual cocaine.
I heard crack is whack, and I believe that if Biden is actually on cocaine, which, just so we're clear, I don't believe he's on cocaine.
We don't know.
No.
But we don't, yeah. But he's on something. That's what I do know. What I do know is that Joe Biden, when there is an important thing that he's got to do, whether it is a debate, whether it is a big-time speech, State of the Union, they've got him on something. And I don't know if it's Prevagen. I don't know what he's on. But he's on some sort of a cocktail. And there's a lot of mornings I wish I had it, because he really clearly is infused with energy. And then, as you said, and as we all noticed during the State of the Union, he just a little bit in, about 45 minutes in, he started to crash. So I don't know. But, I mean, the left is just hyperventilating over this. I find it funny. And Hugh Hewitt, he thought it was hysterical. I mean, you heard the laughter in his voice.
Wait,
he's like, are you suggesting that the president is on cocaine?
Well, remember, when Donald Trump was first running, the left was saying, because if you notice, Trump will sniff when he's talking. They were accusing him of using cocaine.
Well, here's the deal. Biden's on something. You're right, Johnny. And they have accused Donald Trump of a heck of a lot worse. I mean, they've accused Donald Trump of being a rapist. They've accused Donald Trump of being a Nazi. They've accused Donald Trump literally of being Adolf Hitler and Satan incarnate. That's what they've said about Donald Trump. So when he says that, Joe Biden ought to be drug tested before we go into a debate, he's willing. You know what I would say to that?
That'd be something.
You know what I would say to that, though? If Donald Trump is willing to have the debate and he's willing to be drug tested, then why shouldn't Joe Biden?
Absolutely.
I'm just asking a question. If we're going to go down this road, that would be the question that I would ask. Now, here's the deal.
Drug testing presidents.
Joe Biden won't debate Donald Trump, period. I don't believe that he will, because the question has been asked many times, and I think Cringe Jean-Pierre and the Biden administration, they've said, oh, this is just a stunt. It's not a stunt. As I said yesterday, the American people deserve the opportunity to see Joe Biden try to defend his record. And there is not enough cocaine in the world that can get him to be able to defend that horrendous record of his.
Well, they're not even doing it now.
No, they're not.
Because you're right. And this is, I'm not even being political. What record can they defend? I mean, they've got a record, but there's a reason they're not defending it.
You'd have to be high on cocaine to accept their defense of their records.
Can you play that again?
Yeah. Let's see.
I mean, I'm sorry. That's remarkable.
It's a.
Do you think he'll agree to any debate?
I don't think so, but I hope he does.
Do you think
what happened is, that white stuff that they happened to find, which happened to be cocaine in the White House. I don't know. I think something's going on there. Because I watched his State of the Union, and he was all jacked up at the beginning. By the end, he was fading fast. There's something going on there.
True.
I want to debate, and I think debates with him, at least, should be drug tested. I want to
Mr. President, are you suggesting President Biden's using cocaine?
I don't know what he's using, but that was not. Hey, he was higher than a kite, but he's obviously being helped some way, because most of the time he looks like he's falling asleep, and all of a sudden he walked up there and did a poor job, but he was all jacked up.
Huey Hewitt, you could tell. You could tell Huey Hewitt's like, oh my God, this is gold.
It absolutely.
Well, and
remarkable.
Here's the funny thing: is that when Biden tells his incessant lies, and he's been caught in another one, you do wonder.
Mm-hmm.
He is so incredibly detached from reality because he has told the same lie about Xi Jinping. I mean, they say he's told this particular lie many times, dozens of times, and he's been fact-checked for years.
I was once asked by Xi Jinping, and I traveled 17,000 miles with him in Tibet. I was on the Tibetan Plateau, and he looked at me and he said to me, "Can you define America?" And I could say the same thing if he asked me to define Greece. I said, yes, one word. And I mean it sincerely. It's recorded. I said one word: possibilities. Possibilities.
So they say the
boy, you're just waiting for something, just something earth-shattering. Possibility.
I like how they're riding around China, and President Xi just looks over all of a sudden and says, "Can you define America in one word?"
Yeah.
Possibility.
The president is fond of the claim, which earned him a bottomless Pinocchio rating from the Washington Post. Literally, I don't know if I've ever seen a bottomless Pinocchio rating, but congratulations, Joe. The Post described the distinction as false or misleading statements repeated so often that they become a form of propaganda.
Oh, man.
And yeah, they say that he has said this, dozens and dozens and dozens of times, and he just does it. And so then when Trump says Biden must be jacked up on something, well, I don't know how else to explain the fact that Biden has been called a liar so many different times, and he continues to tell the same lie.
Yeah.
It is unbelievable.
Yeah, it's because mainstream carries his water, man.
And by the way, there's a lot more to the Biden Xi Jinping story. They just had a phone conversation. We're going to talk about that straight ahead. It is 6:15. Time to check the roads from the WTN Traffic Center. .616 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. As far as your weather today, partly cloudy, slight chance of rain, a high of 58, mostly sunny on Saturday, high of 64, partly cloudy on Sunday, and a high of 77. And Johnny, our temperature right now is
37 degrees.
37 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, the Members Nutrition Super Text line is open at 615-737-9986. Now, there was a lot made of this phone call between Xi Jinping and Joe Biden earlier this week, as a matter of fact. And basically, I'm just going to bottom line it for you because they supposedly spoke about narcotics coming across our southern border. They talked about stealing our technology. They talked about trade. They spoke about military to military communications, had this great big conversation ahead of Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen going to China apparently today. She's in China. You've got Antony Blinken, Secretary of State, heading to China in the next couple of weeks. And so this phone call was supposed to set the table for that visit. Here's the deal. You read the readout of the phone call and you listen to what Biden has to say about it. You listen to what Xi Jinping has to say about it. And it's always the same stuff, right? They always say, yes, we're going to work together and so on, but nothing ever changes. I mean, do you really think that after this phone call with Joe Biden, that Xi Jinping is suddenly going to stop, causing massive air pollution in China? Do you think they're going to draw back on the Rust and Belt initiative? You think they're going to, stop having narcotics coming across our southern border? You really think they're going to stop manufacturing EVs in Mexico and sending them across the southern border? You really think that Xi Jinping is going to do anything that Biden says or asks? No, he's not. Right after the talks with Biden, China ends up surrounding Taiwan. 30 Chinese ships and planes basically began threatening Taiwan in what was clearly a message to Joe Biden. So I could sit here and I could play you, audio bite after audio bite of what Cringe Jean-Pierre or Antony Blinken or others say about how, well, we had good constructive dialogue and that nothing ever changes. Because China doesn't do anything differently after these conversations. We always see the same thing. The discussion with the American president happens, and then they go after Taiwan, and they saber rattle, and they, in this instance, they surrounded Taiwan. One comment made by the administration was that we don't support Taiwan's independence from China. That raised a lot of eyebrows, of course, but, they also said that they don't want China to take Taiwan by force. This is John Kirby.
I won't characterize President Xi's comments, but I can tell you that President Biden was very, very clear that nothing's changed about our one China policy. We don't support independence for Taiwan, but we also don't want to see the status quo changed in a unilateral way, and certainly not by force.
So remember that Biden has in the past, he's called Xi Jinping a dictator, and he said that the United States would intervene if China invaded Taiwan. The White House immediately had to walk everything back. Now, Kirby talks about the one China policy. Basically, that means that we don't officially recognize Taiwan's independence, but also expect any conflict to be resolved peacefully, nothing militarily, and that we can provide arms to Taiwan if need be. Obviously, there's a lot more there, but the bottom line is we need to figure out what we will do if China does invade Taiwan, because Joe Biden's weakness is encouraging this kind of behavior. So that's what's going to happen. And China continues to be a threat not only to Taiwan, but also to America. They do continue to steal our intellectual property. That's because Joe Biden basically invites it with his weakness in his policies. They will continue to send fentanyl across our southern border, and we are going to still have to deal with their electric vehicles being manufactured in Mexico. By the way, during that same press conference where Biden was lying about, meeting Xi Jinping and the whole thing about possibilities, he also shanked his own name.
But before that, she was an ambassador in the Biden-Obama.
That's our president, folks. I'll play that one more time just for your entertainment value.
But before that, she was an ambassador in the Biden-Obama. The Obama-Biden.
There you go. Leader of the free world, Joe Biden.
I bet Joe Obama said, oh, that's Joe.
There you go. Never Remember what Obama said? Never underestimate Joe's ability to screw things up, including his own name.
I don't know what he's talking about there, Don.
Yeah.
I love your show here in Chattanooga. It's good. Even though I don't agree with the damn thing you say.
I don't think Biden could actually, now I'm saying it, Biden. I don't think that Biden could even understand a thing that I'm saying unless he's had that mountain of cocaine that Donald Trump says he's on.
Well, what is that stuff again?
You know what you need to start doing, Johnny? When you do your impersonation or impression of Joe Biden, you also need to add in the occasional.
Hey, got any more there? Done? Are you going to share?
You got a bump? All right, we got to go. 622, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. DT McCall's. Spring is here, friends, and that means it is time to think about lawn mowers, and DT McCall's is thinking about their customers. Now, they're having a huge customer appreciation sale coming up on Saturday, April 20th at their Carthage location. Look for huge discounts across the entire store, plus drawings for big-time prizes, including a Pit Boss grill, a Samsung robot vacuum, and DeWalt handheld tools, to name just a few. Now, this is a massive event, again, on Saturday, April 20th at the DT McCall's in Carthage. Great savings across the store as we celebrate you, the customers of DT McCall's. And if you aren't a customer yet, you really should be, because DT McCall's is one of Tennessee's finest stores. I know, I am a customer, and their Carthage location is the place to be on Saturday, April 20th only. You can save big, by the way, on Dixie Chopper lawn mowers, the world's fastest lawn mower, as a matter of fact, they say. So check out all the deals, all the great deals that await you at their Customer Appreciation Day, Saturday, April 20th. Details at dtmccalls.com. It is 6:23 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news?
Israel taking more action after world outrage over the deadly attack on a civilian aid convoy there in Gaza. Kids in Tennessee may soon have to get their parents' permission for a social media account. Here, a 3-judge panel questioned the state attorney general's office about when exactly the abortion ban allows a doctor to save a mother's life. And wait until you hear what some animals do during an eclipse like the one we're going to have on Monday. All that and more at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
628 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Very quick shout out to apparently 11-year-old Joseph, who is listening right now to Nashville's Morning News. Happy birthday, Joseph. Hey, your mom, Lindsay, she's really cool. Listen to her because she's clearly conservative and listening to the right show. So happy birthday, 11-year-old Joseph. It is 6:29 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Got a great event coming up at the Glock store in Nashville. It is their 4th annual open house. Do you know, I think I've been at every single open house for the Glock store. I'm a big fan of the Glock store. It is coming up, the open house, Saturday, June 1st, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. I'm going to be there, and Matt and Chris, all of us are going to be there. Now, we're going to be giving away over $10,000 worth of incredible prizes like red dot optics, night sights, weapon lights, and pistol and rifle bags. Now, the raffle just keeps growing and growing for this once-a-year event. It is the open house there at the Glock store in Nashville. Now, the fast and accurate competition is back as well, and that top shooter is going to win a Glock 19. So this is something you definitely want to do, is go to this incredible 4th annual open house at the Glock store in Nashville. You can also enter to win a customized Glock as well, worth $2,000. And you only need to be there to enter, not to win. So, again, come on out, hang out with me, Matt, and Chris Hand, June 1st, 10 to 2, at the Glock store in Nashville. Minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere, especially on June 1st.
6:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. And right now, reports say Israel has fired 2 military commanders over that attack on the aid convoy that killed 7 civilian members of the World Central Kitchen, including a U.S. dual citizen trying to get food into Palestinians. Israel has also reopened a crossing in northern Gaza for the first time since Hamas started this war. That is to allow more aid into Palestinians. Kids in Tennessee will have to get their parents' permission to create social media accounts under a bill advancing in the General Assembly. It's being pushed by Governor Lee. It has bipartisan support and has passed the House, but not without some questions from lawmakers who have kids.
My 15-year-old, who I do not want to have a TikTok account, has a TikTok account because my 16-year-old verified that she was her parent.
Well, Governor Lee's team told lawmakers that responsibility falls on the social media company, who will be in violation of the law. The next stop for the age verification bill is the state Senate on Monday. And the lawsuit to toss out Tennessee's abortion ban, or at least block it, has front and center again. News 2 was in the courtroom yesterday when an all-female 3-judge panel questioned the state attorney general's office when exactly Tennessee's abortion ban allows a doctor to intervene to save a mother's life.
How does the physician who's actually practicing know where that line is?
Serious risk is not a foreign concept to doctors.
The judges said they'll issue a written ruling on the lawsuit, but gave no timeline. And Monday's solar eclipse will have many humans oohing and awing, but will animals react to it? Danny New tells us about a biologist who's determined to find out.
During the 2017 eclipse, biologist Adam Hartstone Rose was teaching at the University of South Carolina and decided to head to the zoo and run a little experiment.
I hypothesized that this was going to be a nothing burger.
But as Adam observed, when the moon covered the sun in totality, the giraffes started running around their enclosures, the flamingos made a protective circle around their young, and the Galapagos tortoises
started mating behavior.
This time, Adam is flying to a zoo in the eclipse's path and bringing 40 scientists along with him and asking folks to send in their observations and make a bigger study together.
Now, if you record your observation, you can share it to solareclipsesafari.org. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. You know, the most important thing as conservatives that we can do is raise the next generation of right-thinking Americans. Now, the Learn Right Summit here in Nashville is the best way to do just that. Now, it is a gathering designed for school board members and potential candidates and passionate parents who share a common vision for elevating our educational system. Now, these are really important conversations that, yes, they are taking place about school safety, transgender ideology being pushed on our kids, and a whole lot more. Now, listen, we can continue this conservative momentum together by connecting at the Learn Right Summit right here in Nashville. Also, some incredible guests. You're going to have Riley Gaines, Mark Green, Congressman and Chairman Mark Green, Congressman Byron Donalds, and a whole lot more. The Learn Right Summit, it is coming up. If you haven't gotten your tickets yet, you better do it quickly. It's going to happen April 19th and 20th at the JW Marriott in downtown Nashville. Here's where you can get tickets. It's a long website, so listen carefully. leadershipinstitute.org/learnright24. leadershipinstitute.org/learnright24. By the way, you want to get the Dan discount, you can use promo code LearnRight24 for 25% off. One more time, leadershipinstitute.org/learnright24.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
6:39, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Dan Mandis here along with Johnny B. Ken Weaver. Illegal immigration always in the news, and, well, today, of course, no exception. I've just got a couple of headlines here. Everybody knows what's going on, so I don't feel like I need to beat you folks over the head every single day with illegal immigration. To be honest, it's getting frustrating. It's also getting old because it is clear the Biden administration has no interest in solving the problem that he has created, although he doesn't necessarily see it as a problem. He likes to pretend that it's a problem, sort of a narrative, but in reality, he wants as many illegals to come into this country as possible for political reasons. However, he is at odds with the American people. This is a headline from the Daily Wire. Majority of Americans want to limit the number of migrants who can seek asylum, and they also want more Border Patrol agents hired. Now, I will tell you that if the Biden administration was asked about this poll, they would bring up that whole, and I'm going to air quote here, the bipartisan immigration bill or border protection bill, whatever it is that they want to call it. And they would say, if the Republicans would just work with us on this deal. Well, as you know, because you listen to WTN, what that would basically do is legalize way more illegal aliens, and it would normalize illegal immigration to the tune of millions every single year. So it wouldn't actually solve the problem. And when the Karine Jean-Pierre and the Biden administration say, well, with this, bipartisan comprehensive immigration bill, we would be able to hire more Border Patrol agents. Well, here's the thing. Those Border Patrol agents wouldn't be used to actually protect the border. They would be used to usher more people in. Again, from the Daily Wire, a majority of Americans want to limit the number of migrants who can apply for asylum and believe that we should hire more Border Patrol agents, a recent poll found. It was performed by the Associated Press and National Opinion Research Center at the University of Chicago between March 21st and the 25th. They found that 53% of the American people believe that we should limit the number of migrants who should be allowed to seek asylum. The issue was split by partisan affiliation, with 75% of Republicans and 51% of independents saying that we should limit the number, while just 35% of Democrats agree. It's interesting when you see that number, just 35% of Democrats agreed. I wonder what would happen if you asked the Democrats in New York and Boston and Washington, D.C. and San Diego, sanctuary cities. And I realize that if you're a Democrat and you live in a sanctuary city, then, you're dealing with this already. But I'm talking about those cities that are being overrun by migrants. And, New York and Washington, D.C. and some of these other towns. Chicago is one of those cities, by the way. So I would like to know what the Democrats think in those sanctuary cities that are being overrun by these illegal aliens. That's what I want to know. California, you've got some towns that are not impacted by the influx of illegal aliens, but California's been dealing with illegal immigration for years. So to them, this is really nothing new. They say there is broader support for hiring more Border Patrol agents, with 64% of the American people favoring the idea, including 54% of Democrats and 79% of Republicans. And on it goes. So that's only part of the conversation, though. You know what's going on in Michigan? Just real quick, and then I'm going to move on. In Michigan, Republicans are demanding Joe Biden explain if Michigan's Democratic governor, Gretchen Whitmer, is using taxpayer funds for $500 a month subsidies to house illegal migrants. You know what's frustrating to me as an American? I see so many people getting crap for free that I could really use. I am right now, literally as we speak, going back and forth with Amy because my cell phone, my smartphone is a piece of junk. Yesterday, I was watching a video, and it's a video, and I know that you've probably seen these videos of some guy walking into an Apple store, and he is stealing dozens of phones. And he just walks in, he slinks in, he's got a whole bunch of pockets, and he just starts pocketing all of these phones in the Apple store. And people are standing around literally doing nothing. And I said to Amy, I said, because these things are really expensive. And I said to Amy, I said, why don't I just go in and take one? I mean, the dude steals like over a dozen, shoves them in his pockets as everybody's watching, and he walks out.
So nobody's noticing.
Everybody noticed.
Oh, but they just didn't do anything about it.
No, that's the thing, Ken. This is the new America, where if you walk in and you just steal a bunch of stuff, they just watch you and let you walk out.
Yeah, that's company policy for a lot of these places now. They tell their employees not to
don't interact.
Exactly.
Let them do it because we don't want you to get hurt.
Well, and if you get caught, you may spend a couple of days in jail until your court hearing, then you're out on bond.
Doesn't even matter.
Or the company could be sued.
Right? So I'm just thinking, every time I turn around, there's people stealing stuff. Meanwhile, you have God-fearing Americans, law-abiding citizens who can barely get by. And so that's part of the frustration is people who obey the rules, people who abide by the law are really the ones getting ripped off because the bad guys, whether we're talking about illegal aliens coming into our country or guys going in and stealing phones and a $999.99 worth of merchandise because they can do that without getting prosecuted. Meantime, how many of us are having challenges getting by? How many of us are having challenges every single day just trying to pay the bills? And you see all these guys just getting away with it, and all of these migrants getting away with it and getting $500 a month in subsidies, or if you're in New York, I think it's like over $1,000 now or something like that. And meantime, they're cutting services to the good people of New York. Well, you know what? I say good people, but they're the ones that vote for this crap. So it's a little hard for me to feel sorry for them. But it's like the world is upside down because the bad guys are allowed to do what they're doing and they get away with it. And so they get all the free stuff and they get the accoutrements of a society that just turns its back on the people who are law-abiding citizens. And all the bad guys get the accoutrements of a lawless society, which is really what America has become. It is incredibly sad. It's 6:47. Time to check the roads from the WTN Traffic Center. All right, thank you very much. Partly cloudy today, slight chance of rain, a high of 58, mostly sunny on Saturday, high of 64, partly cloudy on Sunday, and a high of 77, 35 now at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I went off on a tangent. I should probably actually finish the story. But we all know about the Democrats. We all know about these Democrat governors, Democrat mayors, where they just welcome their cities and their states as sanctuary cities and sanctuary states. And they're using a lot of resources that could be and should be used for American citizens. And they're giving all of these resources to the migrants, whether it is housing, whether it is just free stuff, and on it goes. So this Republican lawmaker is now demanding answers from the White House about a plan by Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, a key ally of Joe Biden, that gives $500 a month to illegal immigrants for housing. I was talking to a guy the other day. It was on social media. You know what he said? He said that what he wants to do, because he's Hispanic, he says, I want to actually fly to Mexico. He's a legal citizen of America. He says he wants to fly into Mexico and then fake that he's an illegal alien and come up with an illegal alien persona so that he could get all of the freebies from the U.S. government that he cannot get as an American citizen. He says, my Hispanic friends and I, we're all saying the same thing, which is all these people are coming in illegally and getting all of this stuff. Meantime, we're barely scraping by. And so they're talking about flying into Mexico and then pretending to be illegal aliens and coming up with a whole illegal alien persona so that they can get all of this stuff. I mean, I think they were tongue-in-cheeking, like sort of kidding. But I really don't know, and I think they actually are talking about it. Anyway. Congresswoman Lisa McClain of Michigan sent a letter to Joe Biden calling the scheme a slap in the face to the state's taxpayers and a way of rolling out the red carpet for illegal migrants. Well, that is what they do. McClain requested that Biden clarify whether Gretchen Whitmer's program was funded using taxpayer dollars. She also demanded that the president answer whether the program is spending those tax dollars on individuals who have broken our laws and come into this country illegally. Well, I think more than likely the answer to that question is going to be yes. But here's my question. You think the Biden administration is actually going to respond to this demand for answers as to whether this $500 for these folks in Michigan are being utilized taxpayer dollars? Because if it is, I think the good people of Michigan, I don't know, I think that they might want to know that. It is 6:51 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. There's a lot more on illegal immigration. I just feel like every day it's something else, but it's all sort of the same narrative. It's all the same story one day after another. It's bad guys coming into our country, using our resources, getting away with, robbing and cheating and stealing. And it's just, and there's another story out there today about an innocent American who has been killed by an illegal alien. And it feels like a beatdown every single day. We know what's going on. We know the Biden administration has absolutely no interest in stopping it for political reasons. And bottom line is that is what's going on. But if you want to chime in, feel free on the Members Nutrition Super Text line at 615-737-9986. You see all of this absolute insanity in the world today, and you think, something at some point is got to give because the direction of our country as a whole is not good. And so as patriots, we need to understand that we simply cannot depend on our government to take care of us, unless, of course, we're illegal aliens. But we, as patriots, need to be self-sufficient. We need My Patriot Supply, which is emergency food. Now, since 2008, My Patriot Supply has helped millions of American families prepare for a very uncertain future. And they can help us, and they can help you just like they're helping me. Now, right now, they have a great deal going on. $200 off a 3-month food kit when you go to my website, preparewithmandis.com. I'm going to repeat that. $200 off a 3-month food kit when you go to preparewithmandis.com. That is a great deal for listeners to my show. Now, you go to preparewithmandis.com, you're going to find a vast array of emergency food kit options, so nobody's going to get bored with the variety. Now, these ship fast, free, and more than anything else, you are protecting your family. These food kits last for 25 years in special, sealed, ultra-durable packaging. That's preparewithmandis.com. And remember, you get $200 off a 3-month food kit when you go to preparewithmandis.com. 6:54 on Nashville's Morning News. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news at 7?
Well, Israel taking more action after that deadly attack on a civilian aid convoy. Kids in Tennessee may soon have to get their parents' permission to create a social media account. These stories and more coming up at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Why are people saying "Hugh yeah" to Jackson Hewitt? When you switch to Jackson Hewitt, they will beat what you paid last year on tax prep, even if you filed online. Proof of prior year payment required when filing. New clients only at participating locations through April 7th. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Laverne 24 West at Old Hickory Boulevard. Accidents got things backed up to Waldron, Mount Juliet, and Hermitage. A little bit of backup here at Old Hickory and 40 West. A little crowded at Briley. Ellington Parkway starting to back up at East Trinity. A little bit of volume, too, between Bethel and Goodlettsville on 65 South. I'm Jack Womack. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Is your generator receiving the proper care and protection it needs to make sure it runs when you need it most and to ensure your warranty requirements are met? Sign up for your comprehensive annual service agreement and get your first service for free. Live like a king when you become a part of the royal family with GenKing.com. Not a part of the Generac family? Get a standby generator today. Comfort, security, and convenience. It's GenKing.com. Don't be left in the dark. 615-857-5560. 615-857-5560. Terms and conditions apply.
What an absolute mess. Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and look at my closets. Unorganized to say the least. Even my window dormer is a train wreck. Stuff is everywhere. Now, luckily, California Closets is coming to my rescue. My personal design consultant, Vince, stopped by, measured, and is now showing me how to become more space efficient and organized on his 3D CAD system. It is amazing. And soon, my space is going to be organized, and yes, even Bandit approves. California Closets, a local company that can customize the storage in any room of your house. California Closets, what can they do for you? Find them online at californiaclosets.com and reach out for your free in-home consultation.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend.
It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end. The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
St. Louis brought the world gooey butter cake. Now Bluebell brings us gooey butter cake ice cream. A cake batter ice cream with a luscious cream cheese swirl and gooey butter cake pieces. It's the gateway to the best in pints and half gallons.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell Ice Cream at Al's Foodland in Lebanon and Compton's Foodland.
Seven o'clock on the dot this Friday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Wondering when winter is ever going to end? Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Well, reports say Israel has fired 2 military commanders over that attack on an aid convoy that killed 7 civilian members of the World Central Kitchen, including a U.S. dual citizen. Israel also reopening a crossing in northern Gaza to get more aid to Palestinians for the first time since Hamas started this war. National Security Advisor John Kirby telling ABC's Good Morning America Israel needs to do more.
We want to see those hostages home. We want to see that aid increased, and the way to do that is through an immediate ceasefire, a temporary ceasefire for a matter of weeks.
These developments coming right after President Biden's meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu yesterday. I say meeting, it was actually a phone call. Just moments ago, the UN called for arms shipments to Israel to cease. Right now in Tennessee, kids may no longer be able to create their own social media accounts without parental permission under a bill advancing in the General Assembly. Channel 4 says companies would be in violation of state law if it happens anyway, as one lawmaker with kids pointed out during debate in the state house.
My 15-year-old, who I do not want to have a TikTok account, has a TikTok account because my 16-year-old verified that she was her parent.
Well, Governor Lee's team says that still falls on the social media company.
They would still be in violation of the law, even if they thought that they had verified and gotten consent, because at the end of the day, she's still a minor, and that was not her parent that gave the consent.
Other states have similar laws and have been sued by the social media companies. Texas Governor Greg Abbott calling out New York City Mayor Eric Adams in Adams' own city, telling an annual meeting of Republicans he has no plans of ending busing illegal immigrants from the southern border to New York City's sanctuary.
The complaining by Mayor Adams is nothing short than stunning. What he has is a tiny fraction of what Texas gets every single day.
That's Governor Greg Abbott last night addressing the New York Republican State Committee annual gala. Meanwhile, the storm system pummeled Tennessee and Kentucky, wreaking havoc in the Northeast, maybe to blame for the death of an elderly woman in Derry, New Hampshire. State Fire Marshal Sean Toomey there says a house fire was sparked after a tree crashed down on a propane tank.
There was a tree down near the house, yes.
Did the tree fall on the propane tank?
The tree is on the propane tanks, yes.
Do you think that was the cause? It
may be the cause. It's one of the things we're looking at.
Yeah, a boy who was in the home was hurt and transported to a Boston hospital. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Right now, Dow futures up 101 points. S&P up 20, NASDAQ up 85. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
What would you do with an extra $1 billion in your pocket? Think about it while you hurry into any Tennessee Lottery retailer and play Powerball today for your chance to win big. The next drawing is Saturday.
An all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Are you tired and sluggish at the end of the day? Maybe your workouts aren't productive anymore. You may have even noticed a decrease in your sex drive. These are all possible signs of low testosterone. At Edge Peptide, you get a full in-office blood panel so you know exactly what's going on in your body. Tailored treatment as well as one-on-one patient care. Edge Peptide Therapy has amazing everyday low pricing for testosterone therapy at $99 a month. Take advantage of this incredible offer from Edge. Call 615-724-1878. Online at edgepeptide.com.
'24 here at Old Hickory Boulevard. Accent Thosey coming up from Laverne. Murfreesboro Pie got a couple of slow spots just before you reach the airport here. Mount Juliet, Hermitage a little slow at Central, and 40 West remains backed up here. Briley Ellington Parkway will stop and go towards downtown. And 65 starting to see things pick up a little bit between Bethel and Goodlettsville. I'm Jack Womack. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
From the Beacon Capital Management Weather Center. Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And go, my fellow Americans.
We talk news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in along with Johnny B, Ken Weaver, Dan Mandis here indeed. Very excited it's Friday, and apparently Antony Blinken wants to start World War III. Now that's what, so apparently, and I've got the audio to prove it. Thank you to Aaron who sent this to me. Antony Blinken has now said that Ukraine will become part of NATO. And so you know what that means, right? According to Article 5, if Ukraine does become part of NATO, well, then that means that the NATO allies must fight and protect Ukraine against Russian aggression. This is what he said. This is what Antony Blinken said.
We'll do everything that we can. Allies will do everything that they can to ensure that Ukraine has what it needs to continue to deal with Russia's ongoing aggression against Ukraine, an aggression that gets worse with every passing day. Ukraine will become a member of NATO. Our purpose at the summit is to help build a bridge to that membership.
Can you imagine, like already in this country, and I'll be the first to admit, when all of this went down, when Russia first went into Ukraine, it was like Ukraine needs to be helped. But now here we are a couple of years later, and as times have changed and this war has drawn on, it is clear that, number one, all of those billions of dollars that we are giving to Ukraine literally going into a black hole. That's number one. Number two, the American people are tired of all of this. And poll after poll has shown that the American people are tired of funding this war, where the billions of dollars are unaccountable. And now you have Secretary of State Antony Blinken basically saying that, yes, Ukraine will become part of NATO. And that is essentially declaring World War III on Russia. Not to mention the fact that this is obviously going to inflame Vladimir Putin, which I don't really necessarily care about that. But I mean, this is headlines all across the world. Now, he didn't give a timeline, and I can guarantee you there's going to be a lot of questions as to, okay, so when Blinken said that, what exactly does he mean by that? And inquiring minds want to know, and I've not necessarily seen anything else from Antony Blinken today regarding, that. But Blinken, man, he's on a roll today because, and I opened up the program with this, where he was talking about Israel. And he was talking about Israel and how if they're not careful, then they're going to become indistinguishable from Hamas if it does not adequately protect Gaza civilians from harm. Now, I do want you to think about that, because clearly there is a difference between Hamas and Israel. And even if Israel continues to accidentally kill either more aid workers or civilians, it's by accident. Hamas is intentionally killing Israelis. We all know what happened in October. And so the more that you try to, and it seems to me like what he's trying to do, what Antony Blinken is trying to do, is he's trying to equate Israel and Hamas after those 7 aid workers were killed by Israel, which, by the way, Israel has said this was a mistake a couple of hours ago. I think it was maybe about 90 minutes ago since I did this the first time. They've come out and they have acknowledged the mistake, and they said, yes, we've now fired 2 of our, commanders or whatever because of this incident where 7 aid workers were killed. Now, there are some folks that are out there that are saying that Israel did this on purpose. Of course they did not do this on purpose. You know why? Because Israel understands that if they did this on purpose, and they did this by accident, but they know that by killing these folks one way or another, that is going to lead to a lot of consternation, anger, and distrust from the allies of Israel, namely the United States, especially at a time when Joe Biden is waffling. And so to me, I think part of the dynamic here, and this is in the news this morning and everybody's talking about this, is that when you have Israel and you've got Antony Blinken, and word is that Joe Biden, I've got a little bit more audio to play, Joe Biden basically demanding that Israel come up with some steps and a strategy, and telling Benjamin Netanyahu that you absolutely need to announce a strategy so that this will not happen again. And Biden is also calling for an immediate ceasefire. But this is Antony Blinken. Again, it seems to me anyway that he is trying to ultimately equate Hamas and Israel if Israel continues to defend itself against Hamas.
If we lose that reverence for human life, we risk becoming indistinguishable from those we confront.
Isn't that insane? Isn't that insane? Now, I don't believe that Israel is losing this reverence for human life. I don't believe that they are. Israel doesn't want to kill civilians any more than the United States wants to see civilians killed. But when you have Hamas and they are embedded in neighborhoods, and by the way, a lot of those people in Gaza, as you know, if you look at the polling and read, you know that a lot of those folks in Gaza support Hamas. And they believe that Hamas did the right thing when they attacked Israel. It is insanity. So I understand that 7 aid workers were killed. And, war is hell. And unfortunately, innocent people die in wars. And that's what Hamas did when they attacked Israel. But we can go back even further. Because we can also talk about Joe Biden funding Hamas through Iran. You've got the funding of the United Nations Relief Works Agency, an organization that also funds and supports Hamas as well. So it's really easy for Antony Blinken so high and mightily to talk about Israel. But what about, one, your own administration? And number 2, what about the fact that Hamas, they are intentionally killing people while Israel is doing it on accident? You don't see that? You don't see that there's a difference between those two? Biden administration and Antony Blinken? I mean, you should. And by the way, if you're hand-wringing over the 7 innocent people that were killed in Gaza, and Israel admits it, then would anybody like to talk about how many innocent people Barack Obama killed? Because he killed hundreds, if not thousands, in drone strikes. Anybody want to talk about the innocent civilians, the 10 people or so that Joe Biden killed in a drone strike in Afghanistan? Anybody want to talk about that? No? You just want to squarely focus on Israel is what ultimately Antony Blinken is doing. And it's wrong. But it's very convenient for the Biden administration. Going to talk about that next on WTN. Time to check the roads from the WTN Traffic Center. $7:15 on Nashville's Morning News. As far as your weather today, partly cloudy, slight chance of rain, a high of 58. Mostly sunny on Saturday, a high of 64. Partly cloudy on Sunday, and a high of 77 right now, 35 at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Antony Blinken making headlines across the world with his speech earlier this morning, I guess it was a few hours ago, where, number one, he said that Ukraine would eventually become a member of NATO, which guarantees us entering into World War III. That's number one. And number two, he has said, and I played you the audio, that Israel runs the risk of basically becoming no better than Hamas if they don't take more care to ensure that civilians will not die. And one of the things that I would say is that I think that Antony Blinken, and maybe some other folks as well, they need to be forced to watch those videos that came from the helmets of those Hamas terrorists as they were butchering women and children, doing unconscionable things, killing 1,200 or so people in Israel. And so, because I feel like there's a lot of people in the Biden administration who really forget as to what happened on that day. Now, Blinken was, again, talking about the heroes, the aid workers that were killed by Israel.
These people are heroes. They run into the fire, not away from it. They show the best of what humanity has to offer when the going really gets tough. They have to be protected.
Now, what's interesting is, and that's all true, by the way, I'm not criticizing Antony Blinken for praising those aid workers who are heroes, but aren't police officers and law enforcement in America basically that same thing? And yet your party wants to defund the police. I just thought that was interesting. So yeah, I would agree. This is bad, terrible that these 7 were killed, but put into context with it was Hamas that attacked Israel. And by the way, Hamas still has the hostages too. Hamas still has the hostages too. So there's that aspect of it as well. I do find it silly. Again, I hate to say it, but war is hell. And these are the things that happen in war. And it does take 2 sides to end a war. And you have Hamas refusing to give up the hostages. And we also know that the second that there's a ceasefire, which is what Joe Biden is demanding, the second that there's a ceasefire, Hamas is going to do what? What is Hamas going to do, friends? Right, they're going to reorganize, they're going to reengage, and then they will attack Israel just like they did months ago. Here's more from Antony Blinken.
He made clear the need for Israel to announce a series of specific, concrete, and measurable steps to address civilian harm, humanitarian suffering, and the safety of aid workers.
This is Blinken talking about Joe Biden's conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu.
He made clear that U.S. policy with respect to Gaza will be determined by our assessment of Israel's immediate action on these steps. He underscored as well that an immediate ceasefire is essential to stabilize and improve the humanitarian situation and protect innocent civilians, and he urged Prime Minister Netanyahu to empower his negotiators to conclude a deal without delay to bring the hostages home. If we don't see the changes that we need to see, there'll be changes in our own policy.
So Blinken is threatening Israel and basically saying if you don't acquiesce to our demands, then we will no longer be your ally. I mean, isn't that stunning after everything that Israel has been through? So again, that is Joe Biden and Joe Biden's administration. It is incredibly shocking. It is sad as well. And we'll keep you updated with all the latest. By the way, the Israelis have now said, and Ken has been reporting this, that they are opening up a new pathway for humanitarian aid to get through. They've also fired a couple of the military officials who were involved in that attack that inadvertently killed those 7 aid workers. And there's a lot more news to come. It is 7:20 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. If you'd like to chime in on the Super Text line, you can. And I know I threw a lot at you in that last segment. 615-737-9986. The Members Nutrition Super Text line, 615-737-9986. And we've got a lot more straight ahead, including hey, Johnny, I think that I want to take calls on this. Ken, I'm going to ask for your input as well. All of us are going to talk about what Governor Lee and the state lawmakers are talking about, where kids under the age of 18, I guess the law is going to be that they need to have parental permission to be able to get on the internet. I think that's what it is. So we'll talk about that straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News. And I am going to want to know what you folks here in Middle Tennessee have to say about that. It is 7:21. You know, when it comes to your home, maintenance is key, especially your HVAC unit, which is why I am a Beehive member from Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Now, just a few weeks ago, I got my text reminding me that it is time for my spring tune-up. Now, that is part of that maintenance. That is part of that service that I'm talking about. And that does ensure that I'll be running at peak efficiency for maximum comfort thanks to Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Now, as Beehive members, you get 3 maintenance services a year, including plumbing, plus 10% off of all repairs, front-of-the-line service, and no overtime or holiday fees. That's all part of the terrific service from Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Now, all of this maintenance does mean that you are saving money in the long run by ensuring that your HVAC and plumbing are taken care of. They are your Rude Pro partner. That number is 615-775-7833. As always, tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-775-7833. You can find them online. It is busybeehvac.com. 722 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Got to be, 18 to have a social media account? Is that what it is, Ken?
That is what that bill states, Brother Dan.
All right. I'm curious as to what parents feel about that. How do parents feel about that? Because I can make this argument either way, and I probably will coming up. But I'm also going to take calls on that coming up here in the next segment. So, John, if we could take those phones off hold, we'll talk about that straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7. What is coming up at 7:30?
Well, we'll have that. Also, National Security Advisor John Kirby says Israel has made some concessions this morning, but it's still not enough. Here, a female 3-judge panel question where in Tennessee's abortion ban does it clearly state that a doctor can intervene to save a mother's life. And wait until you hear what animals might do during Monday's solar eclipse. Coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
729 on WTN. All right, so coming up next, should teenagers be required to get their parents' permission to create social media accounts? I want to hear from you. 615-737-9986. We're actually taking calls on this, and the three of us will talk about it as well. But I do want to know what you think, too. 729 on Nashville's Morning News. Listen, opening up your home to showings means that strangers can open anything in your home. Now, don't worry about getting around to all of that spring cleaning. You can actually sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and skip the cleaning and organizing necessary to sell your home. Now, you can say goodbye to the stress that comes with a traditional home sale. With a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can receive an all-cash offer and close within days. There's no showings, no open houses, and no costly repairs. Mark Spain Real Estate makes selling your home absolutely stress-free. With over 11,000 five-star reviews, Mark Spain Real Estate is the most trusted and experienced real estate team in America. So spring into action and sell your home with confidence. Call them at 855-299-SOLD. 855-299-SOLD. You can also find them online. It is markspain.com to find out what your guaranteed offer will be. There's no obligation. That's markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home and start packing.
.30 on the dot this Friday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. And right now, Israel says it has fired 2 commanders for that attack on that civilian aid convoy in Gaza that killed 7 members of World Central Kitchen, including a U.S. dual citizen. Israel also reopening a crossing in northern Gaza to allow more aid to flow to Palestinians. But National Security Advisor to President Biden, John Kirby, just told ABC's Good Morning America Israel has not done enough.
Nothing's changed about the president's desire. An immediate ceasefire in exchange for getting those hostages out and for getting all that extra aid in. That's what negotiators are meeting this weekend to talk about in Cairo.
White House says President Biden made it clear in yesterday's phone call with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu the future of U.S. support would depend on how Israel handles the current crisis in Gaza. And the UN this morning apparently calling for the cessation of arms shipments to Israel. Right now in Tennessee, kids will have to get their parents' permission to create social media accounts under a bill advancing in the General Assembly. It has bipartisan support. It has already passed the House. The Senate's going to take it up on Monday. And the lawsuit to toss out Tennessee's abortion ban, or at least block it, is front and center again. News 2 was in the courtroom yesterday when an all-female 3-judge panel questioned the state's attorney general's office. Where in the law does it say a doctor can intervene to save a mother's life?
How does the physician who's actually practicing know where that line is?
Serious risk is not a foreign concept to doctors.
The judges said they will issue a written ruling on this lawsuit, but they gave no timeline. And Monday's solar eclipse will have many people oohing and awing, but what about animals?
During the 2017 eclipse, biologist Adam Hartstone Rose was teaching at the University of South Carolina and decided to head to the zoo and run a little experiment.
I hypothesized that this was going to be a nothing burger.
But as Adam observed, when the moon covered the sun in totality, the giraffes started running around their enclosures, the flamingos made a protective circle around their young, and the Galapagos tortoises
started mating behavior.
This time, Adam is flying to a zoo in the eclipse's path and bringing 40 scientists along with him and asking folks to send in their observations and make a bigger study together.
Yeah, anyone who does record their observations can share their findings to solareclipsesafari.org. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
733, Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here. How would you like to be free of car loan debt, free of credit card debt, and free from personal loans? Now, my friends at Loan Pronto can make that happen with an Equity Express line of credit. Now, that means that you can tap into the equity in your home today and save you money on those other high-interest loans. Now, homeowners are turning that home equity into cash these days almost instantly with Loan Pronto and their AI-based system. It takes about 10 minutes, and it is really easy. Now, there's no documentation, no appraisal, and no hassle. Just relief from those high-interest payments. Call them right now. Get started. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-499-5780. 615-499-5780. LoanPronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, subject to lender approval. Hey, it's Dan Mandis. I love my Patriot Supply. It's emergency food so you can care for your family no matter what. And today, we're fixing creamy chicken flavored rice. And the thing I love about my Patriot Supply, it's easy. You just get the water, turn on the heat, and in minutes, we are ready to go. Now, this food lasts for 25 years in special packaging, and yes, it does taste great. And in just minutes, it's ready to eat. Patriots don't rely on the government to take care of their family in emergencies. It's up to you. Order right now and get $200 off a 3-month food kit. It's important to go to preparewithmandis.com to get that great discount. That's preparewithmandis.com to get that great discount. Preparewithmandis.com. $200 off a 3-month food kit. $7:37, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends, along with Johnny B, Ken Weaver, Dan Mandis here. Here in Tennessee, I do find this interesting, Ken Weaver. So the state legislature wants to force the social media companies to ensure that kids are over 18 and they need parental permission to get social media accounts. And so that's basically what they're trying to do. So if you're a teenager and you're 13, 14, 15, 16, then you have to get your parents' permission up until the age of 18.
Yes.
And I don't know, I don't feel real passionate about this one way or the other. I remain consistent on everything that I do. I try. Sometimes I need to try harder. I don't like the government telling businesses what to do.
Yep.
And that is effectively what Governor Lee and the state legislature is doing, is they're telling the social media companies that these kids, these teenagers, have to get their parents' permission. See, here's my thing. I think that parents should be consulted about their kids getting social media accounts. Absolutely. I find it epically sad that, there's a need for a bill like this, but I also understand the reason behind it. So I'm curious as to what folks think. I don't know. Ken, you got any thoughts on this?
I'm kind of like some of the lawmakers in the House during debate on this, especially those with kids, who said, well, they do not see in this bill, apparently, that it is still not specified exactly how this age verification process is going to work, because one lawmaker, I believe it was Johnny Garrett, Goodlettsville state rep, who said his 16-year-old daughter his 15-year-old daughter has a TikTok account. He doesn't want his 15-year-old daughter to have a TikTok account, but his 16-year-old daughter verified it as posing as the parent.
Yeah, it sounds like that 16-year-old's in a lot of trouble.
And so then the state came, or rather the governor's representative who was there in the hearing came back and said, well, that still falls on the social media company. They will still be in violation of the law.
So here's what I'm going to say. That also falls on the parents, though.
That totally falls on the parents.
Yeah, here's the thing. If I've got a daughter or whatever, if I've got a 15-year-old and the 16-year-old sibling has verified that age, well, you got a parenting problem. And so I understand that, we all can't have perfect kids, but are you checking your kids' computers? Are you checking their tablets? Are you checking their phones? Do you know exactly what they're doing? Do they have a Snapchat icon on their phone? Do they have the app for TikTok and all these other things? And I do understand you can hide apps, I guess. But ultimately, I swear, folks, I'm always going to go back to the parenting. But I do understand what they're trying to do. I get it. I feel like there's probably going to be a lot of loopholes here, and where there's a will, there's a way, and kids will figure out a way to be able to get social media accounts without their parents' knowledge. I believe that they will, but I do want to know what folks think. It's 615-737-9986, because it is very much of a legit issue. Danny is on line 1 on WTN. Go ahead, Danny. Thanks for calling in.
Good morning, Danny. Or Dan.
That's
my
all right.
issue is my issue is that that escalated quickly. Last week you had to show ID to see or watch porn. This week it's to be 18 altogether. And so why waste the time or effort for both bills? And also, I don't know, it just don't make any sense. The parents, if they did pass it, if 18 and under, you have to have parents. Well, while the parents are on there signing their kids up to be on social media, then at the same time they can put on their parental controls, and one of them ought to be abolished. I'm not sure which bill, but there ain't no sense of running them both is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, and Danny, I appreciate the call. It's all going to go down to, for me, the parenting. The very easy argument on this, though, again, is this government overreach? And I can see why some people would make that case. 615-737-9986. This is Jason in Smyrna on WTN. Jason, what do you think?
Good morning. I wanted to say I support this bill. Nobody knows their children better than the parents. Some kids can handle social media before 18. Some can't. And I think that this will also help cut back on some bullying and possible suicide, teenage suicide numbers, etc. So I fully support it.
All right, thank you, Jason. Appreciate that. And Lindsay is on line 3 on WTN. Hey, Lindsay.
Hi, Dan. I fully agree with the last caller. This stuff is worth it. I don't like government overreach either, but it's the same as being 18 to smoke, or we've been talking about the porn thing on social sites. I've had 5 kids, and this stuff can be really dangerous. They take their self-image from it, and there is enough real bullying in real school. So
Hey, Lindsay, let me ask you, so what do you say to somebody like me who might say, well, and by the way, I don't feel strongly about this. I'm just trying to, play along here. But what if somebody says, well, you shouldn't need government overreach to raise your kids and to protect your kids. The government shouldn't need to tell parents what to do.
I would say they shouldn't need to, and in most cases, I wouldn't want them to. But in this case, just as a safety for those parents who are slacking on the job, it might prevent some kids who are really getting harassed from these things. It might be one more reason for that parent to step into their lives.
Yeah, you know what? And you do bring up a good point, which is this could bring awareness. Although any parent who doesn't know what's happening on social media these days, or the bullying that leads to suicide, any parent who doesn't know that's going on clearly is not paying attention. But Lindsay, I do appreciate your call. Liz is on line 1, Hendersonville on Super Talk 99.7. Hey, Liz.
Hey, I've got 4 kids under 18, and I taught in public schools for 13 years. And normally I would completely agree that we shouldn't have government overreach in this boundary area. But let me just tell you, this is a generation of lazy parents who will, and I get it, we're overworked. It's easy just to stick your kid on a tablet or on a phone and let him kind of leave you alone. So I get that, but what I watch these kids do is they become addicted, and unfortunately we're fighting that battle with my oldest right now, who is addicted to just scrolling the reels or scrolling the YouTube shorts or whatever, and we've got to take it away from him, and we've already agreed that we're not going to do that with our next 3 kids. But there's so many parents that don't check their kids' phones, that have no idea what's going on because they don't want to. They just want to kind of push off, and I just have witnessed that over and over and over so many times that I don't like the government overreach, but it almost seems like something's got to stop. I mean, there's so many research studies that say that kids who go on these things become addicted, and that creates a pathway for later addictions in life. And I just super passionate about it, if you can't tell.
You know what? And I can tell. And you know what, Liz? I'm going to do something I almost never do. I'm going to hold you because I want to ask you a question after I check the traffic, because I want to ask you a question about the use of social media, because you said something that triggered a thought in my head. So stand by, Liz. It is 7:46. Time to check the roads from the WTN Traffic Center. All right, thank you very much. Partly cloudy today, slight chance of rain, a high of 58, mostly sunny Saturday, high 64, partly cloudy on Sunday, high of 77, 34 now at WTN. Liz in Hendersonville. So you were talking about your kids and watching, reels and all these things on social media. And so is there a difference to you between, say, for example, watching reels, because I do that all the time, and the comments and the chats where all the bullying actually takes place? Because to me, there's a difference between the two. I will, by the way, because I have trouble relaxing, I will mindlessly go through some of the reels on social media, but there's no interaction with other people, which is where all the bullying comes in. So is there a difference between those two to you?
I do think that there is. I think that there's problems with both sides. So if you're mindlessly scrolling, I mean, what are you? And I'm not, I'm not coming at you. I do the same thing.
Yeah.
But if you're mindlessly scrolling, first of all, what our kids are being pushed is disgusting. And it's funny. I won't go down this tangent, but it's funny what kids in like China are allowed to watch and what they're being pushed, engineering reels and things like that, healthy things. And our kids are not. Our kids are being pushed things that are disgusting. So I hate that. But yes, the society that our kids are growing up in right now. You know, when we were younger, if we did something stupid at school or stupid at a party or whatever, it was the talk of the town for, you know, a week until somebody else did something stupid, and it was what it was.
Yep.
Now it lives forever. So if they do something stupid, somebody has videoed them, somebody is posting, and now they have to live with that forever. And that starts to circulate throughout the student body, and you see these kids go into depression for it. And then not only that, just items of comparison, and then not even to mention all the dangers with AI and what you know, some kids are doing to each other there. It's extremely toxic.
And Liz, and Liz, an extremely good call. Thank you very much for your perspective. I very, very much appreciate it. Don is in Manchester on W10. Hey, Don.
Hey, buddy. Thanks for taking my call. Listen, by no means am I any kind of geek, technical kind of guy, but I just know what I know. And, you know, if I go try to log on to some places, it'll send a link to my phone where I have to say, yes, it's me. So why can't the government, instead of reaching out or putting guidelines on us, go to these technology companies and say, you know, they have to supply settings on the, you know, so that the parents set up the phone when the kid gets it, and anytime that kid tries to go on any link, it sends the parent a permission to hit yes or no, and then start holding the parents accountable when things go wrong.
You're right. Don, you're absolutely right. And I think that, at least to me, and again, I'm as opposite of a geek as you can get. I am technically just not a guy who knows a lot about this stuff. But what I do know is, as I said earlier, where there is a will, there is a way. Whether you're a kid who is looking to open up a social media account, or frankly, if you're a parent that's trying to prevent your kid, there are all kinds of parental controls. And again, there is, I was talking to my daughter earlier, just a couple of days ago, and she actually said that, you know, when you as a parent walk up to your child and you say, let me see your phone, a shiver goes down their spine, and they're thinking, oh crap, what have I not, you know, deleted or erased or whatever it is. But that's how you ensure that your kids are doing what they're supposed to be doing on their phones, and that they're not doing what you don't want them to do. Johnny, I know the phones are going nuts, but I got to make Pete in Mount Juliet the last caller. Hey, Pete, go ahead.
Hey, Dan, love the show. I have a myriad of thoughts on this one, but I'll just shoot two of them at you. One is, why don't we just outlaw like McDonald's and fast food for children, because that's dangerous. And then the other thought I have is they have to grow up in this world. We're not going back to a time before YouTube and Facebook, so they have to know how to navigate this safely. I just don't know if I can trust some big tech company to monitor this, and are they going to charge for some sort of ID? And I'll leave you with that. Thanks, Dan.
All right, Pete, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know. You see, there's a lot of questions on this, and we don't know the answers. And, you know, one of the things that I said regarding the whole porn deal, where you have to show ID to watch porn, and I don't remember a lot of that story. But one of the things that I do remember is ensuring that you prepare your kids for what is out there in our world. And so people were like, one person, actually just one person, so I probably shouldn't even mention it. But one of the things that I said was that parents have to put porn in its proper context. And somebody wanted to know what that meant. And the only thing that I would say about that is that kids have to understand that, number one, they shouldn't be looking at this until they're old enough to understand exactly what's going on. And oftentimes what you see with porn is not real life, clearly not real life. I mean, it's just the things that are happening aren't things that everyday people do. You know what I mean? So I don't want to get too graphic here, but I think you folks know what I mean. But the bottom line is, and Pete was spot on, and it's something I've been saying I've been hosting for 30 years, and I've always said the same thing, which is Parents have got to be able to prepare their children for what is out there. You can't always protect them. You can't always put them in bubble wrap. And the government isn't always going to be the answer. However, I do understand the need for this legislation. But again, I'm not a big fan of government overreach. At the end of the day, it is up to us to parent our kids. It is 7:54, Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. Summer is right around the corner. Lake Living TN is releasing a limited number of lake lots to the public. Dan Mandis here, one day only, April 20th. You can come check out our exclusive properties and experience lake living at a fraction of the cost. 2-acre wooded estate lots are starting at just $79,900. Lake cottage packages with a boat slip starting at just $349,900. Now, the amenities at Lake Living TM are incredible. From a brand new marina to 3.5 miles of shoreline, pickleball courts, swimming pools, coffee shops, and restaurants, Lake Living TN is the perfect place for vacation homes and retirees. Just over 20 minutes from Knoxville and a short drive to the Smoky Mountains. Enjoy life on the water with Lake Living TN. Call to secure your private tour right now. Times are limited. Saturday, April 20th. That phone number, 865-408-9992. 865-408-9992. LakeLivingTN.com. What an absolute mess. Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and look at my closets. Unorganized to say the least. Even my window dormer is a train wreck. Stuff is everywhere. Now, luckily, California Closets is coming to my rescue. My personal design consultant, Vince, stopped by, measured, and is now showing me how to become more space efficient and organized on his 3D CAD system. It is amazing. And soon, my space is going to be organized, and yes, even Bandit approves. California Closets, a local company that can customize the storage in any room of your house. California Closets, what can they do for you? Find them online at californiaclosets.com and reach out for your free in-home consultation.
8 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Israel has fired 2 commanders for the attack on that civilian aid convoy that killed 7 members of World Central Kitchen, including a U.S. dual citizen. Israel also reopening a crossing in northern Gaza to allow more aid to flow to Palestinians for the first time since Hamas started the war on October 7th. President Biden's National Security Advisor John Kirby telling ABC's Good Morning America this morning, still not enough.
Nothing's changed about the president's desire. An immediate ceasefire in exchange for getting those hostages out and for getting all that extra aid in. That's what negotiators are meeting this weekend to talk about in Cairo.
So far, Biden has resisted calls to limit or condition U.S. military assistance to Israel. The administration recently approving the delivery of thousands more bombs in the coming years, but now making clear the U.S. could change course. Money news. Job growth remains plentiful at American businesses. Employers adding 303,000 jobs last month. The unemployment rate fell to 3.8%, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And here in Tennessee, kids may no longer be able to create their own social media accounts in Tennessee without their parents' permission. The social media companies will be in violation of state law if it happens. Channel 4 says a bill has passed the full House with bipartisan support now being debated in the Senate. But what if an older sibling poses as a parent to make an account for a younger sibling? Governor Lee's team says that will fall on the social media company.
They would still be in violation of the law, even if they thought that they had verified and gotten consent, because at the end of the day, she's still a minor. And that was not her parent that gave the consent.
Other states have similar laws, and they've been sued by social media companies. Texas Governor Greg Abbott calling out New York City Mayor Eric Adams in Adams' own city, telling a gathering of Republicans he has no plans of ending busing illegal immigrants from the southern border.
The complaining by Mayor Adams is nothing short than stunning. What he has is a tiny fraction of what Texas gets every single day.
That is Governor Greg Abbott yesterday addressing the New York Republican State Committee annual gala. Market Numbers Report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Looking at futures ahead of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures are up 90, S&P up 17, NASDAQ up 70. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
What an absolute mess. Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and look at my closets. Unorganized to say the least. Even my window dormer is a train wreck. Stuff is everywhere. Now, luckily, California Closets is coming to my rescue. My personal design consultant, Vince, stopped by, measured, and is now showing me how to become more space efficient and organized on his 3D CAD system. It is amazing. And soon, my space is going to be organized, and yes, even Bandit approves. California Closets, a local company that can customize the storage in any room of your house. California Closets, what can they do for you? Find them online at californiaclosets.com and reach out for your free in-home consultation.
Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
807 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends, and boy, is it Friday. I don't know about you, gentlemen, but I am excited that it is Friday. A lot of folks on the Super Text line excited as well. By the way, the Members Nutrition Super Text line is open. Reading many as I can. Very busy today. 615-737-9986. I want to play some audio. We've been talking about what is going on in California with their mandatory minimum wage of $20 an hour for fast food. By the way, I don't know if anybody else caught this. This was actually in the news, I think yesterday or the day before. Governor Gavin Newsom in California owns some restaurants. You know what he pays the folks that work at his restaurants? You think it's $20 an hour? No. So Newsom is mandating that fast food restaurants pay $20 an hour for a minimum wage. He pays like $16 an hour. Cheapskate. I mean, but isn't that just like Gavin Newsom when the whole COVID thing? You know this. I wish I could come up with like a catchy name for Gavin Newsom being a hypocrite. But when COVID was going on and he was throwing down mask mandates and shutting down restaurants, he himself was having highfalutin, no social distancing, no mask dinners.
So were a lot of other Democrats.
So that's exactly that. Actually, Johnny, you're right. There were a lot of other Democrats that did that. But anyway, I digress. But it is so easy to call out the Democrats on their hypocrisy because it is always all around us. But in California, as you know, they raised the minimum wage up to $20 an hour for fast food. Now, when I talked about this last year, some of you folks roundly criticized me as an elitist because I was criticizing the mandatory minimum wage that the government, the state government of California was implementing. Now, in case you haven't noticed over the last few days, I don't like any government butting their business into my business. But be that as it may, they did it, and now they're seeing in California disastrous results. You're seeing all of these, and we all knew this would happen. This isn't a shock to anyone. They're firing a whole bunch of fast food workers. So I guess the question that Democrats have to ask themselves is, which party really is the party for, the people in this country who are on the lower rung of the income scale, right? I mean, it sure as heck isn't the Democrats, because every time you turn around, there's another policy that is impacting the lower income of our society, whether it is, illegals coming across our southern border, or whether it is now this mandatory minimum wage that is forcing a whole bunch of people out of work, or they're going to lose jobs. And now they're talking about, again, not a big shock, rising prices. This is from Fox News.
New York Post was on the ground scouting out menus.
As at Burger King, a Texas Double Whopper. Wow, that sounds good. That meal cost $15.09 on March 29th. By April 1st, when the law went into effect, it sprung up to $16.89. That's a 12% increase overnight.
Over at In-N-Out Burger, a favorite across the state, prices shot up by 25 cents, a quarter. May not seem like a lot, but let's look at the big picture. Customers across the nation have already been dealing with a 30% spike in fast food prices since 2020.
Unbelievable. Sticker shock.
Yeah, absolutely. Sticker shock. And by the way, let me ask you this question too. Who typically eats fast food? I mean, all of us eat fast food. But oftentimes the people who eat fast food, there are folks that's what they can afford, right? So now, are you with Gavin Newsom and the California state legislature, all these Democrats, they're putting the lower income folks out of work, and the lower income folks and everyone who goes to fast food, they're going to have to pay more. So well done, Gavin Newsom, you hypocrite. Well done, uber left California state legislature. This is what they've done. And now the big question is, in California, now what are they going to do? By the way, I did notice some fake news in that report. Ken, John, did you guys hear the fake news in that report? I heard some fake news. All right. Obviously, nobody heard the fake news.
What was it, Brother Dan? Lay it on us.
What was the fake news?
They said that, well, now I feel dumb because it's not that big of a deal.
Well,
they said that In-N-Out is a statewide favorite. In-N-Out is actually a nationwide favorite.
Oh, I see. Yes,
yes.
That's all I got.
Okay.
Yeah, that was kind of dumb, wasn't it? I'm sorry to drag you guys into that. You know, the show was going so well, wasn't it?
I'm going to go ahead and get back to work now.
I got a bunch of calls and, you know. Oh, you know what's interesting, Johnny, about the calls that we got regarding the whole government, the Tennessee state legislature and Governor Lee, if he signs it. I think he has. Did he sign it? I don't even know. But basically, the social media companies having to get parental permission for these kids to log on to social media accounts. And we took a bunch of calls on it and so forth. Almost every single call was for it. I'm looking at the super text line, which is just, I don't know if I've ever had such a busy day on the super text line. Almost every single person on the super text line was against this. Isn't that interesting? I don't know what that says, except that the super text line, obviously there's a lot more people that are, putting in their opinions on the members nutrition super text line.
Well, there's more that are on the super text line that just don't trust the government and don't want government intrusion. And I tend to agree with them on that.
That's right. By the way, 8641, I'm about to ban. I don't know if I've ever banned somebody from the super text line. I don't know if I have. I'm about to, though, because 8641 says that he tried In-N-Out in Denver and was underwhelmed.
If you do that, that's Dan Mandis overreach.
Is that Dan Mandis overreach? Yeah, I don't know, Ken. I've got these short T-Rex arms. I'm not really able to do much overreaching. 8:15, time to check the roads from the WTN Traffic Center. All right, thank you. 8:15 on WTN. As far as your weather goes, partly cloudy today, slight chance of rain, a high of 58. Mostly sunny on Saturday, high of 64, partly cloudy on Sunday, and a high of 77. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Boy, somebody, let that guy keep texting and show how dumb he is, talking about In-N-Out.
8641?
Yeah.
You know what, 8641? I think that you're burger dumb. You're just burger dumb. What is the most...
you show him, Brother Dan.
That's right. You're burger dumb, boy.
Burger dumb is what you is.
Hey, boy, you burger dumb.
Oh, it's Friday.
Let's see. Lindsay says Gavin Newsom's face is twosome.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Twosome Newsom. He's got two faces. There you go. You know what, Lindsay? Very
Gavin
good.
Newsom.
Well, you know what? Lindsay is a proud member of the Red Pilled Moms Club.
RPMC.
All right.
So there you go. And that Liz that called up during the whole conversation regarding the social media thing. I bet you she's a proud member of RPMC, although I don't know because I don't necessarily, we don't have all the names of all the phone numbers that people call, whatever. Anyway, 8:16 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You know what happens? Can I just tell you what happens? Is that we get, and all of us deal with this, those of us that read the super text line, is that there's so many that come in.
Yes.
And so as you're watching it and you're in mid-thought, all of a sudden your eyesight goes to another text. And so I'm trying to finish one thought and then my mind goes to the various super texts that are coming in and my mind can't keep up. And that is sometimes the worry of utilizing the super text line because then you just start, again, blindly reading them. I think there's been like 4 or 5 times where I've read something from the super text line that I clearly should not have read?
There's been a few.
Johnny's got them all on tape. Don't you, Johnny?
I don't have them on tape, but I just have them in my memory.
Oh yeah, I know.
There's no such thing as tape anymore.
No.
Yeah, I know. It's all digital. That's the problem.
Yes, it is.
All right. Let's see here. We've got 2.5 minutes. You know, I did a whole thing. You guys see what's going on in Memphis? I mean, there's a lot of bad things going on in Memphis, but there is a thing going on in Memphis right now. ABC News. I actually find this stuff really interesting. And listen, I'm bashing Memphis literally all the time because there's so much to bash. But there's a really interesting article. There's cancer-causing gas in the air is now causing tumors and cancer in Memphis. A big story out this morning. It's a warning by the EPA that this gas is being used to sterilize hospital equipment. Now, the facilities that use this gas, the doctors and the nurses, they're all fine. But it's these sort of manufacturing plants, if you will, in Memphis. And again, this gas is used to sterilize the equipment, ventilators and that kind of thing. But the problem is this gas is being emitted into the air in Memphis, and all these folks that live around this particular building, they're getting cancer.
I've had cancer. My neighbors on both sides have had cancer. My neighbor across the street has cancer. We all were seeing the same doctor.
I'm very concerned. At first I thought it was just me, isolated type of thing, but now I'm learning, almost blocks of people that's called cancer.
With mounting medical bills, he can't afford to move.
I thought this was my American dream right here, to have a home, have a house. But then, it kind of turned into an American nightmare.
You guys ever pay attention to cancer clusters and Superfund sites, that kind of thing? There was a time in my life I was obsessed with this kind of stuff. And a Superfund site, and I'm going to very, very simplify this because I've got literally a minute to do this. But basically, if there was a dump or maybe a bunch of toxins that were in the ground and then perhaps they built houses on top of it, then those homes are sitting on what they call Superfund sites, and then people start getting cancer. And so you see this in different parts of the country. Well, apparently in Memphis, I wouldn't call it a Superfund site. I would call it, though, it sounds like a cancer cluster around this particular area where this gas is being emitted into the air. And it's something called ethylene oxide. Is a colorless, odorless gas routinely used to clean hospital equipment, including ventilators, surgical kits, and catheters, and gowns, and so forth. And so you have these facilities all across the country, actually, utilizing this gas, and then it goes out into the air, and then the people that, again, live around the building, they end up getting cancer. And you do have these clusters where all these people who live around this building in Memphis, the entire neighborhood ends up with cancer. And it's awful, and it does impact the local communities.
Ethylene oxide is the most widely used, safe and effective, scientifically proven modality for medical device sterilization, not only in the United States, but worldwide.
But it's a double-edged sword. While there's no risk to doctors and their patients using devices sterilized with ETO, the gas is a known carcinogen, and breathing it in over time increases the risk of some cancers, including lymphoma, leukemia, stomach, and breast cancer.
Yeah, it's awful. Affected states include Missouri, Nebraska, Colorado, Utah, Oklahoma, Texas, and Florida, among others. Again, Memphis, Tennessee, very, very impacted by this. And now they're trying to figure out how they can stop it. And this is all part of the discussion. Now, some folks say that, yeah, it is causing cancer, perhaps, but there really is no other way.
We will have a crisis on our hands if ethylene oxide were to go away entirely.
The FDA says it's important to balance reducing emissions while not jeopardizing the medical device supply chain.
It is not a zero-sum game. We have to be able to achieve these objectives in parallel and together.
One of the things that they will tell you is that you cannot connect one person's cancer directly to, a plant or a Superfund site. But what they can't tell is all of these clusters. And this is going on, again, in Memphis and all over the country. There's one guy in Memphis who I want to get him on the show, but his name is Keyshawn Pearson. And this is a guy who really is trying to affect change. And he's going after the company that has been polluting this particular area in Memphis for years. And he's trying to save the neighborhood, this neighborhood in Memphis. And, this is one of those neighborhoods where it is low income.
Why is there so much pollution in this one area of the city? So the city as a whole has an F in air pollution and air quality. And 98% of the particulate matter that makes up the pollution is here in South Memphis. That's not coincidental. That is by design. It's been designed that this area specifically is a place where people's lives can be sacrificed. South Memphis is a place where historically industry has been able to get away with poisoning our air, our water, and our soil.
So there is, he says, a racial component to all of this, but you read about this guy, and I got to tell you that he is a true activist. He is a guy that is hitting the ground where he lives, where this is happening, and you look at what he is doing, going to meetings, etc., and then you look at our own activists here in Nashville, Justin Jones and Justin Pearson and Gloria Johnson. And what do they do for their communities? All they seem to do, just to compare and contrast, all they seem to do is stand up and yell racist at every turn. When in reality, this guy is hitting the streets and doing everything he can physically to try to help preserve the neighborhood that is, it would appear, being polluted by this particular factory. Anyway, running really late. 8:24, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. April is here, and with the springtime weather, it is really important to have quality windows. Now, if your windows won't open to let the fresh air in, well, then you've got to call my friends at Window Nation. They are the absolute experts in windows. Now, right now, a great deal for every 2 windows that you buy, you're going to get 2 windows free. There's no limit as to how much you can save. Plus, you can save even more with no interest or payments for 24 months. Window Nation's windows come with a lifetime warranty and can be installed in a day or less. With proven quality and service, when you buy from Window Nation, you can rest assured that you're getting affordable windows that meet or beat the ones from the national brand names. So don't miss out on your chance to afford quality windows with an unlimited buy 2, get 2 free plus 0 interest for payments for 24 months. You simply cannot afford to wait. So call them at 866-90-NATION. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 866-90-NATION. Find them online, windownation.com, to schedule your free in-home estimate. Dan Mandis here, 829 Nashville's Morning News. News with Ken is coming up next. And I've got a question for you. If your roof was destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know, you really do need to ask because some insurance companies refuse to pay full replacement cost. They'll deduct money for an older roof, but what this really means is that the insurance company will depreciate how much they pay for your roof claim. That could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, my friends at King & Associates Insurance, they will pay full replacement cost. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they pay for it to be replaced, period. It is that kind of focus on customer service that makes King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around. So call them. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-329-8121. You need to call your insurance company and find out what your policy is on your replacement roof. 615-329-8121. Get your world review, tkinginsurance.com.
8:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. That is cold sunshine out there. Only 41 degrees here on Music Row. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. A critical moment for U.S.-Israeli relations. For the first time since Hamas murdered more than 1,000 Israelis and took hundreds hostage, the White House says continued support could change. Israel announcing today 2 commanders have been fired over that accidental attack on a civilian aid convoy that killed 7. Israel also opening a crossing into northern Gaza to allow more aid to flow to the Palestinians. Still not enough, says National Security Advisor John Kirby on ABC's Good Morning America.
We want to see those hostages home. We want to see that aid increased, and the way to do that is through an immediate ceasefire, a temporary ceasefire for a matter of weeks.
Now, the Biden administration recently approved the delivery of thousands more bombs in the coming years to Israel, but now making clear the U.S. could change course. Job growth remains plentiful at American businesses. Employers added 303,000 jobs last month. The unemployment rate fell to 3.8%, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And the lawsuit to toss out Tennessee's abortion ban, or at least block it, is front and center again. News 2 was in the courtroom yesterday when an all-female 3-judge panel questioned the state attorney general's office when exactly Tennessee's abortion ban allows a doctor to intervene to save a mother's life.
How does the physician who's actually practicing know where that line is?
Serious risk is not a foreign concept to doctors.
The judges said they will issue a written ruling on the lawsuit, but gave no timeline. Market Numbers Report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. We are 2 minutes into the brand new trading day, and right now the Dow is up 16. S&P up 14. NASDAQ up 60. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
8:36, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the Gang of Four Amigos. Chris Handis here. Good morning, Chris.
Hey, good morning. What's up, guys?
Johnny B's here. Hey, Johnny.
Hey, what's happening?
Ken Weaver.
Good morning, boys. Yes.
Ken, you got to wait until I introduce you then. Come on, man.
I was jumping the gun there, Brother Dan.
Hey, when that happens.
My kids do the Ken Weaver impersonation.
Do they?
Yeah.
Good morning, boys. Yes.
I was like, hey, good morning. You sleep good? Oh, good morning. Yes.
See, that's funny.
It begins.
Actually, that is very funny.
Oh, shoot.
You know what? You know what is it's a sad day in your house when your kids your kids probably listen to Ken Weaver more than they listen to you.
You know what? If the role models in the Hand household are Ken Weaver, I feel like I'm doing something right.
You'll know that he's really infiltrated when they start taking their shirts off.
Yeah. Don't let him do that, Brother Chris.
Oh, man.
But I would love to hear that little Kennedy do that, man.
And they
that would be funny.
Woo!
Oh, shoot.
Next time you have Kennedy on, I noticed, by the way, when I was on vacation, you had her on.
Yes.
Was that intentional that you didn't want her around me? I felt a little, a little left out.
We got to hit him with a makes sense, you know?
That's right.
I had a little FOMO.
No, she came in. She came in.
She was fun. I loved her.
She's great.
Yeah.
All right, so.
She gets recognized out now.
Does she?
And she wants to be an actress. I think she can get away with it.
Oh, Kennedy wants to be an actress.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah, don't worry. I'll snuff that dream out later.
I was going to say, you know what happens in Hollywood, but I think she's safe because she's a girl.
Yeah.
I was going to say, Dad is not going to let that happen.
No.
Nope.
Anybody catch that joke I just threw?
I did. I caught it.
Okay, good. Chris caught it. Chris caught it.
We go to play practice. She's at a play at Cannon County.
Yeah.
And they're doing it's a kid's version of Finding Nemo. A bunch of her friends are in it. Totally chill. I sit in the lobby. Every time.
Yeah.
I watch that play practice like a hawk.
He wants script approval.
But the funniest thing happened the other day. They had auditions for another play, but it was for like an adult play. So all these adults are coming in, and they're running a play now called The Crucible, which is about the Salem witch trials. And this woman came in, and I thought she must have come out of costume for The Crucible because she's wearing what I can only describe as like a 16th century wench dress. You know what I mean? That's the best way I can describe it.
Yeah.
She looked at me, and I have my laptop out, and if you're looking on Super Talk TV, I mean, I have a lot of flags on the back of my laptop.
Yeah, you got Trump 2024, don't tread on my rights.
Yep.
IRS is really stealing. Wait.
I have a lot of stickers.
I agree.
What is don't tread on bees?
I'm a big fan of bees. Leave them alone.
Yeah, you got to have bees, man.
Got to pollinate.
Except for those carpenter bees. I kill those.
So this woman comes in. I think she's coming from costume, but apparently she just dresses that way, and she was there for an audition. And
she dresses that way?
Yes.
Okay.
I was very surprised. But she says, somebody said something, I hate this, da-da-da-da, and they're talking. And she like turns and looks at me, and she goes, well, I hate capitalism. And she flips her hair.
Are you kidding me, really?
And I just went, all right.
You know what? There are some people where it's not even worth it.
No.
Do you know what I mean? Because it's not like you're going to convince her of anything else, because I don't think that anybody who says that they don't believe in capitalism, I don't think that they understand capitalism.
No.
And why are they living in the United States? That's my question.
That's exactly right, man.
What made the United States? Capitalism.
Well, they're trying to flip it.
Go live in Venezuela.
If it wasn't for capitalism, there would be no marketplace for those dresses.
And we couldn't fund your art.
Yeah, there you go, John. There you go. We had some fun in 535. We were doing this bit. It wasn't a bit. It was actually a topic where, these people who they stupidly get in the roadway, get in your way, and they're like, they're protesting Israel and all of this other stupidity.
Or the climate.
Yeah.
It's either the climate or it's whatever. And so this happened in the Bay Area. I'll play a little bit of audio, and what would you do? And I want to know what folks would do if they were late for work, and you have a lot of these pro-Hamas, pro-Palestinian people who are blocking the roadway.
You want to go to prison. Hey, get out of the way. You want to go to prison. Somebody's going to die. You want to go telling you right now, somebody's going to die.
By the way, can you tell which one? All right. Turn on the mic, Mandis. Can you tell which one in all of that is the one that is the, guy that just wants to get to work? It's the guy that says, somebody's going to die. Yeah. You know what I mean? I think it's kind of...
You want to go to prison. Somebody's going to die.
Somebody's going to die.
Somebody's going to die the other day.
I love how short that was. Die.
Yeah.
You want to telling you right now, somebody's going to die. Get out of my way. Get out of the way. I got to get to my job.
It sounds like Bernie Sanders in an alternate universe.
You know what's? Oh my gosh! Hold on.
I gotta get to my job.
Of course, you'd never hear Bernie saying that.
No.
Right.
No.
Anyway, so this
I'm
guy,
gonna get to my rally.
This guy, balloon hair Bernie, as I used to call him. So this guy's trying to get to work. All these idiots are surrounding him. He gets out of his car, and he's got a knife. I mean, it got very serious. And, you heard what he said about, do you want to die? There's more.
I gotta get to my job. You get out of the fight. Think about your future, bro. Hey, careful.
Today? Are you gonna hurt people?
Don't you dare.
Are you gonna hurt people? Be ready. Be ready. Are you gonna hurt people? We have eyes on you, sir. We have eyes on you, sir. Don't do this. We have eyes on you. We have eyes on you.
We have eyes on you. We have eyes on you. Are you going to hurt people?
It always cracks me up. It's like, what were the man's last words? His last words were, "What are you gonna do? Stab me?"
So earlier we were laughing at this particular.
Are you gonna hurt people?
Are you gonna hurt people? You ever notice some of these people? They just, I don't know what it is. They have a certain tone of voice.
Are you gonna hurt people?
And it's like the same tone, no matter where they are or what they're protesting. There are these protesters, and it's like they go out and they look for these people that have a certain high-pitched tone to their voice so that it cuts through.
It's like the socialist screech.
Yes.
That's exactly what it is.
Are you gonna hurt people?
And we're having fun with this earlier. Guy called up, not called up, but texted, and he said that this sounds like
Are you gonna hurt people?
a turkey.
Are you gonna hurt people?
Do it again, Johnny.
Oh, darn it.
Are you gonna hurt people?
It sounds like a turkey gobble.
It
Are you gonna hurt people?
See, there's a moment in there where she goes into full-on turkey gobble.
Are you gonna hurt people?
You know what I want to do? I just want to keep playing this bite until Johnny just throws the computer. That's what I want to do.
Are you gonna hurt people?
Yeah, that's really passive-aggressive, Dan.
I know it is.
That's very
actually, but because I actually said it on the air, that actually was fully aggressive.
Yeah, it was.
There you go.
Johnny's never thrown anything.
There you go.
That's not necessarily true.
Did they?
I'll admit, I've thrown things before. In fact, I threw markers one time, and it looked like Georgia O'Keeffe painting right here on the door. And Dan comes in and goes, "Everything okay?" I went, "No."
Did I just walk out? Did I turn and walk out?
Yeah, you did.
Did I? All right.
Yeah, because you looked at the door and went, "Oh, that's colorful."
Johnny says no. Dan goes, "Okay, I was just checking. I'll see you later."
That really was my thinking. It's like, you know what? Johnny's just got to anger it out. He's just got to let him be angry.
It was a certain employee.
I guess I'm no better than the soft on crime Democrats because I let Johnny get away with it.
No, you actually didn't, and I had to apologize. I had to send out an email.
I didn't make you do that.
No, you didn't. I think.
Oh, okay.
I think the officer.
Moving right along.
Yeah.
Moving right along.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, very well.
Hey, you know what I discovered today?
What's that, Brother Dan?
LinkedIn.
Hey,
now I'm on LinkedIn.
You just discovered it?
I was getting ready to say, I thanked you on LinkedIn.
I've rediscovered LinkedIn because people are congratulating me on my 10-year anniversary, at WTN.
Oh, all right.
Hey, very
There we
nice.
go.
Congratulations,
I
Dan
knew it was
Mandis.
like around this time.
The decade of Dan.
Yeah.
Yes.
The Dan decade.
Yep. The decade of Dan. That's right.
Yeah.
I got a personal note from the CEO of the company.
All right.
Not the corner office in this building, but like the corner office of the company.
Up there in New York.
I think that is where she's at.
What did the note say?
It said,
don't get too comfortable.
It said,
dear employee.
It said, dear Don.
Dear Don.
Employee number 47839.
Congratulations on your first year.
You know, the funny thing is,
First 10 years.
The funny thing is, because I'm reading this, and clearly I'm very grateful that I got it, okay?
Yes, sir.
It's clearly a template.
Oh.
I mean, when it says, dear, and then my name is there, it might as well be Don or Joe or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But listen, I appreciate it nonetheless.
Sure.
Because, in radio, 10 years, in radio years, that's like 1,000.
It is. It is.
So there you go.
Congratulations, man. That's huge.
Yes,
That's
that
way
is
to go,
huge.
Brother Dan Mandis. I'm glad you're here because you're the reason I'm here.
Likewise.
Johnny?
And you're the reason I've stayed here.
I've chosen not to fire Johnny. I'm totally kidding.
Yeah, because I thought when I first met him, I even told the late Phil, we were walking around together, and I said, I think this Dan doesn't dig me at all. He would barely say anything to me, just walking by and how you doing? So what do you do here?
So the intimidation that I look to give on other people has actually worked with you.
Yeah, at first.
Yeah,
It worked very well. In fact, I remember the first time I ever got the text, I think it was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Of course, we got off around 6 or 7. And it said, call me when you get done.
Yeah.
I went, oh, man, this is it.
Yeah.
Said what told Phil, well, this is it. I'm done.
Finally time.
Yep. The day has come. And then he asked me, did you fill out that sheet? Yeah, I did. Okay, that's all I wanted.
Do you know what
I said that could be a text during the show.
Yeah, I do. Listen, Johnny, I wanted some FaceTime.
Well,
that's all it is.
Yeah.
We got a text on the Members Nutrition text line from Phil. He said, congratulations on your 10-year anniversary, Dan. You're the dandiest.
Aw,
well, how about that? Dandy Dan.
So let's go around the room and talk about our favorite parts of our job and our least favorite parts of our job. You ready?
Sure.
Johnny, go first.
Oh, my gosh. I didn't know.
All right, I'll go first.
Thank you.
Best part of my job is dealing with and working with all of you guys. Worst part of my job, dealing with all of you guys. Did you guys fill out your form yet? You know what? It's funny, Johnny, because the worst part of my job, like I love all you people.
Yeah.
I really do. But getting you folks to do the stupid forms and the training and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, and stop me when you've heard this kind of cliche before, but it's like herding cats.
Yeah, it really is.
And
I do feel for you on that.
Yeah, and feral cats at that.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving right along.
That's what we are.
Chris, favorite and least favorite part of and by the way, I absolutely love doing this show with you guys.
Yeah.
I absolutely love it. And every morning I wake up and I say to myself, I get to see Ken and Johnny today, and I still want to sleep in. So, Chris, what is your favorite and least favorite?
My favorite part is being paid to make fun of Joe Biden.
Yes, sir.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool, actually.
Better than therapy.
A lot of people get to do that at work. Not a lot of people get paid for it.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
That is a great point.
So I enjoy that very much.
Yeah.
My least favorite part would be politicians.
Yes.
By and large, just politicians?
Just politicians.
Mm-hmm. You know what? You don't even need to say anything else. Ken Weaver, favorite and least favorite part of the job?
Favorite part of the job is working this morning show with you boys.
Aw.
And a lot of it is how we can have fun while we're being serious at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
That is something that not very many people in this business and in this format can do, but we do. And least favorite part of the job is not getting off at 9:05. Nothing against Brother Chris. I love working with Brother Chris, too.
Ken doesn't like the show.
Chris, I don't know how often you listen to the radio broadcast, but
that really has nothing to do with it.
we do traffic every 10 minutes, and, Ken Weaver about every 20 minutes talks about how he wants to leave at 9. Yep. It's almost like we're going to tag a sponsorship onto it.
No, 9:05.
9:05.
9:05. And usually it can involve a story. They'll have a story and they'll go, that'd be great, Dan, especially if I could get off at 9:05.
That's exactly right. That is exactly right. All right, John, you want to do favorite and least favorite, or are you going to be like Canada and like abstain?
No.
Chris knows all about that.
There we go.
I mean, everything you guys have said, I love working with you two guys. I also love working with Chris and Matt and Brian and Bell and, of course, Cougar Chow. I mean, everybody here. Just great people. That part of it I love. I also love making fun of politicians.
Yeah.
Especially Joe Biden.
Yep.
And Bill Clinton. And Barack Obama. But anyway.
Don't forget Hillary.
And Hillary. Can't forget Hillary. And just all of them. I love doing that. The only thing I don't love is the 2 a.m. wake up.
Yeah.
That's
It's a rough one.
It is very rough.
And I think I speak for all of us when I say that one of the other very big positives of this job, whether it's Ken, Johnny, me, or Chris, or anybody here, is interaction with listeners.
Yep.
Yes.
Like I will tell you that is one of my favorite things to do, is interacting with folks either on the Members Nutrition Super Text line or on my own personal, social media, direct messages and so forth. The events, I used to hate those events that we have. And I have grown now to love them.
Oh, yeah.
Because I get to meet folks. And if there's one thing that this job has actually helped with me, and Chris, you guys did know, but Chris, you didn't. When I first got here, I was perpetually in a shell. Like, I didn't like the events. I didn't like going to the events. And I was very, I don't know if bashful was the correct word. I don't know, but.
Uncomfortable.
Awkward. But I got to tell you, I have, and the listeners to this station have helped me come out of that shell. And my entire perspective on life changed when I moved to Tennessee. Everything just changed. And for that, I will, no matter if I make it another 10 years or not, I will be forever grateful for, what the listeners to this radio station have done for me, and also everybody that I've worked with as well. I'm just, I couldn't be more appreciative of everyone. And on that note, what's coming up after 9?
After 9, we have an agenda-free Friday. Anything you want to talk about, we can talk about. We're going to run through illegal aliens causing crime everywhere from Chicago to New Hartford to New York. Plus, we're going to go over Kevin O'Leary roasting AOC. Charlemagne from The Breakfast Club accidentally telling the truth about DEI.
You cut out the curse words, right?
I sure did.
Okay.
And
I didn't have enough 1 kilohertz tone. I ran out.
And Vivek Ramaswamy on the state of crime in the United States. Plus, we're going to go over the latest polling from Rasmussen.
All right, very good. 8:55 on WTN. The Kellum Stem Cell Institute. We are officially into spring. If you've lost that spring in your step because of sports injuries, the Kellum Stem Cell Institute can help you with those nagging injuries and so much more. So if you, now that it's spring, you want to go out and play some pickleball, maybe some softball, maybe some tennis, whatever, but you've got some of those nagging injuries, the Kellum Stem Cell Institute, they can help you. Dr. Ethan Kellum specializes in the harvesting of and then redeploying of your own stem cells to attack inflammation in your body to help it heal. This is your body providing your cells and your solutions. And Dr. Ethan Kellum can help you today. And yeah, they do now accept care credit. So call them today at 615-850-4415. Get in touch for your free consultation online, KELLUM. KellumStemCellInstitute.com. Your body, your cells, your solution.